This happened towards the end of my senior year of high school, and unfortunately, is something that was just as memorable as the rest of the year. I will not be sharing my location or school, and any names I use will be fake because, technically, I was not the victim here. So, I don't want to invade their privacy any more than I already have. I still feel it's important to share this story as a way of helping others and to stress the importance of, if you see something, say something. I don't know if it's the same for other high schools, but it was quite common for the seniors to pull some kind of massive prank on the school as a whole. They were supposed to be harmless. It was like a universal rule so that no one got kicked out or suspended. It was also typically done around spring break, giving them time to execute it. So, to keep with tradition, several of us seniors, including myself, started plotting our scheme. The school was going to look like a glitter bomb went off in it. We had tons of glitter and confetti that we had bought from random party stores, and a few bulk bags on eBay for a stupidly cheap, possibly shady price. One of my friends, called Jesse, was our golden ticket as he was a teacher's aide, which meant he had access to the rooms that had all the spare keys to the classrooms. We started the day before spring break started. There were a lot of teachers and faculty there as they were probably wrapping things up for the break, so we waited outside in one of our cars while Jesse went in to look like he was working on some last-minute things for a teacher. After a few hours, people slowly started leaving, so he let us in through the south door and ushered us into different rooms to fulfill our plan. It started out completely smooth. We got through several classrooms, almost ran into one teacher but managed to hide from them. We all even got a good laugh about it too. Then we came across the classroom of Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson was the media teacher, and he was actually pretty cool. I guess when it's an elective, we tend to like those more anyways, right? The class was awesome. We made different media-related projects, such as our own radio broadcasts, recorded and put together a new session, including local/national news topics, sports, and weather. It was actually a lot of fun, and interesting as Mr. Jackson used a lot of his own equipment. So, we were working with some very expensive and high-tech cameras, microphones, and even the software was pretty advanced. Mr. Jackson was laid back and easy to talk to when it came to anything from the assignments to more personal things. He was even a bit of a prankster himself. When he caught someone sleeping, he would do something harmless, such as having us all leave the room, turn the lights off, and have them wake up confused. Like I said, pretty harmless. So when we came across his room, I didn't want to do anything to the equipment, but I wanted to do something additional or extra to his room, knowing that he would appreciate the prank. I started looking around the room to get ideas of what to do when I started going through his desk. In the bottom drawer, I found several tapes similar to the ones we used for our projects. In fact, I recognized the names of some of my classmates on them. However, I also found 2 tapes that only had a label of Class of '92. This caught my attention because, at the time of this event, it was not the year of 1992 or 93, or even in the 90s for that matter. My curiosity now piqued. I decided to take one with me, thinking I could use it for the prank, or maybe it was a memorable class and could do something special for him, as a farewell or a graduation gift. In regards to the prank, I just covered his desk with glitter and filled one of the tape cabinets with it too. I had 2 friends with me in that room that saw me with the tape and wanted to know what was on it as well. So I agreed to let them know or watch it with them if they wanted. We left the school that evening, mission successful, and agreed to watch the tape the next day at my place since I had a VCR in my room. However, I couldn't stop thinking about the tape and what could be on it, or what could be so important to keep that specific year. So, I decided to watch it that night and would just let my friends see it the next day. I know you all have probably already figured out where this is going, but to this day, I still fight myself if taking that tape was the right thing to do. The tape started during what appears to be a graduation ceremony and then cuts to that same classroom. The room was almost completely empty. A few people walked past the camera and you could hear the door close. What was still on the camera was a girl in the second row from the front. Then, I watched Mr. Jackson walk by the camera, towards the door, and then started talking as he walked towards the girl. There was some innocent conversation occurring at first. He asked her how she was doing, how her older sister was, and even what her plans were for winter break. Then, the conversation changed to the homework or projects. She shyly asked him about how to do something, and he pulled out another camera, as well as a sheet, and started explaining it. But while this was happening is where my stomach started to drop. I saw Mr. Jackson place his hand on her knee, and then said something quietly to her. I could see their faces, and she definitely did not seem interested in this, nor reciprocate in any way. There was some more one-sided conversation while his hand moved from her knee to her thigh. I was frozen with fear and disgust. After about 20 minutes, the tape cut back to the ceremony and there was nothing else after that. It was pretty obvious what this was, and the ceremony was used as a mask. I was terrified. I knew Mr. Jackson, and, in fact, I knew the girl in the video. We had a different class together, but I was only an acquaintance with her, really. But I did have a friend that was pretty close to her. I didn't know what to do or who to show this to, since we technically shouldn't have been in the school at the time. I was still a kid, so I didn't know if I would get in trouble if I told them. Instead, I tried to ask my mutual friend to talk to her, but I tried to be vague, not wanting to talk about the situation. My mutual friend, Katie, did not take the media class, so I asked her to ask the girl about the class. Ask her if she had troubles and how she felt about the teacher or assignments. The next day, Katie asked me if I was having troubles in the class because of the girl's reaction. She said she thought the class was okay, but when Katie asked about the teacher, she got quiet and didn't want to talk about it. So she assumed that she wasn't doing well in it. The feeling of something being very wrong only got heavier in my mind. It was still spring break at the time, so I could only dwell on it. I even admitted to my friends that I tried watching it, but that something was wrong with it, and it didn't work. I didn't want them to see it for their, and more importantly, her sake. When we did return to school, I found myself watching him more closely, and realized that he was the same as I remembered him. Except, I saw him glance over at the girl many times throughout the hour that we were in class. That night, when I got home, I told my parents everything. I told them about how I found the tape and what was on the tape. I gave it to them, but I don't know if they ever watched it. I assume they did because what I was accusing a teacher of was very real and very serious. I can be quite the jokester, and always tried to keep the conversation lighthearted. This is not something I would ever bring up in a joking manner. So, I'm sure my parents trusted me on that front too. They told me that they would take care of it, and that I needed to just go to school as normal. The rest of that week, I tried my best to act normal, but it was hard to not want to go off on Mr. Jackson. It was hard to not want to go to that girl and tell her that I was sorry for what she went through, but I didn't. Thankfully, I only had to go 2 days like that. The third day, we had a substitute teacher. Everyone took it at face value that we were just getting a free day, but I think I knew the real reason. The rest of the week continued with that same sub, And then we were told the next week that Mr. Jackson wouldn't be able to finish the school year. I was so relieved, but also concerned as the girl wasn't in the class that next week either. The rumors started to spread pretty fast in the school. Someone claimed they actually saw the police at Mr. Jackson's home, and then they tried to determine why. Then, many of the students started talking about how Mr. Jackson was pretty creepy, or how something about him was off. Then there were rumors that some student came forward with certain claims, and then the local news and letters sent home to our parents confirmed that this wasn't a rumor, but the truth. The rest of this was information that I either got from the news, my parents, or people around the school. He was charged with multiple things and went to prison. That I knew. But then I learned that when the girl was confronted, she told her parents and authorities what happened, and several other girls came forward with claims as well. They also mentioned that there were multiple tapes found with not only similar things to what I saw, but others where he seemed to stalk the girls. I was also friends with a guy whose sister actually came forward, which made me feel like all the other claims were probably true too. I mean, there was physical proof of at least one, and he was brave enough to keep it at school. So I absolutely believed there would be more than just the one. The first girl that I saw in the video stopped going to our school, and I learned that she was homeschooled. Sometimes I went to stop by her home to see how she was doing, but I didn't want to worry her or her family when a strange guy showed up. Obviously, this has been many years ago, and we've all since graduated. I don't know whatever happened to that girl, and I don't think she even knew that I may have been the one that put the whole thing in motion, but I hope that she's doing okay. So, I know it wasn't exactly me that was affected, but it was still pretty terrifying to see. Not to mention, knowing that I had to have had some impact in changing some people's lives. Who knows how long he may have continued with his horrible acts if I had just kept that to myself. Back when I was younger, my mom had a garage sale every summer. I had 3 older brothers, and I was the only girl, so hand-me-downs weren't really a thing for me. So after my last brother couldn't fit into the clothes or shoes, they were in the sale. I honestly enjoyed helping my mom on these, as it was like playing a real-life shopkeeper. I used to play that with my brothers a lot as a kid. I also had this genius idea, like a lot of kids do, to sell lemonade and cookies too. When I got a little older, I think I was around 14 or 15, I was always trying to make my own money. So when my mom offered to give me the money I made on my stuff, I agreed to sell a lot more. I had some old clothes that I didn't want to get rid of, even though they didn't fit or were torn up. They held good memories, so I didn't want to part with them. I also had some toys that I didn't play with that I kept for similar reasons. My mom didn't like the clutter, so any extra stuff that wasn't necessary, she always tried to get rid of it. So I pulled out all the stuff that I didn't need anymore, and she set up a table specifically for my stuff. And they all had pink stickers, so I knew what belonged to me. I was ready to collect my shopping funds at this point. The sale started slow, but it was alright. I sat out there by the cash box, typically doing stuff on my phone while my mom organized, put more stuff out, and then mingled with the neighborhood shoppers. At one point, there was a guy who showed up alone in a small convertible. He looked normal. He was in jeans and a t-shirt and just slowly made his way to each table and bin that my mom had set out. He paused at the box of my dad's stuff, which I think had some old tools and shoes in it, and then he walked by the table that had my brother's clothes on it. He picked up a couple pairs of pants, and it looked like he checked the sizes, and then folded them back up and laid them back on the table. The next table had my mom's clothes and my clothes on it. He again picked up a few items, and one of those was a pair of my old jeans. I remember him holding them out and looking them up and down, almost as if he was inspecting them. Then he flipped them over to the back and kind of smirked. I figured it was because the back had something written across the pockets, like Angel. He looked around and noticed that I was making eye contact with him, and he smiled. I smiled back and then quickly looked back down at my phone, thinking that it was awkward of me to stare. I knew that it had been a few minutes because I had been watching a video that I was in the middle of. He walked over to me and said hello, and I responded. He asked if I was the manager, joking around, and I said that my mom was, but I was just watching over as she got more stuff. He asked a few innocent questions about the day and myself, but it was nothing weird. So I answered. I remember even making a comment about his car because I thought that it looked pretty cool. It was a deep purple color. He looked over at the car and then back at me and smiled and said that since I liked it, he could take me for a ride in it if I wanted. Now, even though he didn't seem weird and nothing felt off, I knew better. So I just smiled and said, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. He then asked if I was selling any of my stuff, and I confirmed. I pointed to the table as he had already looked at my pants. I also remembered this because I felt like my stuff was pretty obvious. My mom was out there when he got there, and it's pretty obvious that there were 2 different sizes. The tables were also sorted out by type of clothing and sizing, as my mom was a neat freak. So he smiled again, thanking me, and walked back over to the table with my stuff. I snuck a few glances up from my phone to see him still looking through my clothing. I thought it was kind of weird that he was looking at my clothes and nobody else's. But I also tried to be reasonable in thinking that maybe he had a daughter around the same age. Then, the guy came back over to me and had a few more questions. This time they seemed a bit more intrusive. He asked how old I was, and I answered honestly. He asked me how tall I was, and I again was honest. But then he asked me what size I wore, which was kind of weird. Because if I told you where my clothes were, you could check the sizes on them and assume that I'm probably around that size. So I just told him the same size on the pants that he was holding. He kind of laughed a bit, and I guess he could sense my uneasiness and claimed that he was thinking about his daughter. I thought that it was still possible, so I tried to be polite, but I was also starting to feel awkward at this point. He stood there for a moment, so I was expecting him to walk away, but instead he leaned down towards my face, looked around, and then quietly asked, "Are you getting rid of any old sports bras?" I wanted to yell at this guy, but I was also afraid that he might try to do something. If he was brazen enough to ask me that with other people around, what else was he willing to do? However, my dad was in the garage behind me, talking to someone else as I could hear his voice. So, I decided to take the chance and call this guy out. "No, I'm not selling you my underwear, you creep!" I loudly shouted. This was the exact reaction that I was hoping for. I looked back at my dad, who was already quickly walking toward the front. The guy dropped the item that he was holding on the table in front of me and started walking away and looked at another table. He really thought that he was going to be able to play that whole situation off. My dad immediately approached him, shoved him back, and told him to leave. No questions, no nothing. He just told him to get the F off of our property right there. The guy walked back to his car, holding his hands up, and looked offended like my dad was in the wrong. He quickly burned out while other shoppers looked around at him and started asking questions. I explained to my dad what happened, and he made my oldest brother sit out there with me while he went in and told my mom. He didn't want me out there alone, nor did I want to be alone. It wasn't even that long after that they both came back out the front door. We were all talking and helping people pay and leave when I looked up to see a purple convertible driving by, really slowly. Before I could even say anything, my dad looked up too and noticed and shouted something out at the guy, causing him to take off again. My brother was ready to go follow this guy in his own car, but my dad stopped him. Instead, he did call the cops to report him, which we did. They said that they would drive around a few times, but said that if we saw him again, to call 911 immediately and they could patch him to one of the officers so that they could try and stop him if he was out front. At this point, he was being intimidating, and with what he said to me, and the fact that he was bordering on trespassing, they took it very seriously. We ended up putting all of our stuff away early because we didn't want to give that guy something to look at. But we didn't see him again that day. However, my mom decided that she was going to try the sale again the next day, but I didn't want to be out there, so I ended up staying inside and cleaned and organized my room. And yet, that same creep drove by again. I was getting pretty worried, and every bump that night had me wide awake thinking this guy was going to come back. My dad was getting pretty angry too. He ended up sitting in his car parked on the street across from my house, and he waited for the guy to drive by again. My room faces out into the front yard, so I could hear him talking to my mom and brother about it, while my window was open and I could see him sitting in his car. I guess that must have really spooked the guy because he was brave enough to drive by one more time, and my dad was ready to follow him. I heard my mom shout, the convertible guy burned out again, and then my dad followed them. We had more cops over as my mom explained to them what happened. I don't remember how long it was when my dad finally came back. He said he was following him for a while until he got on the highway, going at some pretty dangerous speeds. My dad wasn't willing to humor this, so he slowed down and came back home. As far as I know, they never caught the guy, but we never really saw him again after that. The conversation I had with him was creepy enough, but knowing that he was driving past our home, not only the day of, but the day after that encounter, it was pretty disturbing. It still creeps me out thinking about what he was planning. But, thankfully, we never did see him again. I just hope he didn't try to do that or anything else to another unexpecting girl. My sister and I have always loved to get together and go thrifting or yard sale shopping. It wasn't just shopping and getting new stuff for us, but we loved finding old treasures that once held many memories for others. We loved finding antiques and other items and learning more about said items. We loved hearing from the previous owners when possible, and we honestly thought about starting a vlog with our finds and those stories. But this story isn't about one of those stories, unfortunately. This is a story of something we experienced on one of our shopping trips. This took place in 2019, in about mid-May. I remember because her daughter was in her last week of school when this happened, and we talked about how she would be with us after that week if we went. I adored my niece, so I was absolutely okay with this too, and was excited to spend some more time with her. I drove to her place and we took her car, and we started around her area and slowly branched out. We were probably about an hour into our trip when we came across a community yard sale. If you aren't aware, community or neighborhood sales are when a lot of people within the same neighborhood have a yard sale on the same days. It's a lot of fun, and convenient for people like us who like to hit up a lot of different houses in one run. We could park our car on one side of the road, take our little wagon and walk around the block before making our way back to our car. We actually had gone through most of the neighborhood and scored some pretty good finds, but we started to get pretty tired. We lived in the Midwest and it had been very humid, so we started taking the car to each home so we had less walking to do. We pulled up to the next house with high hopes because of what we could see from our car. They had a lot of books, paintings, and toys. We personally liked obscure paintings to keep for ourselves. We've found our share of valuable books, and even items left behind in those books, such as pictures, postcards, and newspaper clippings. And, lastly, the toys. We found a lot of ones that were never opened, as well as ones that were, but were in great condition. We sold many of them on eBay for a lot more than what we bought them for, and priced many more that we've kept. As we got out and walked around, we made our way to the toys since there were so many of them. The owners must have had a little girl because there were a lot of girl-oriented toys. There was a dollhouse, a tub full of old Barbies, a kitchenette, and a play makeup set, as well as other similar items. But then my sister gasped as she made eye contact with one item. It was part of a set for these toys that we used to collect as children. Some of you may be familiar with them. They were called pound puppies. The set we saw was the old van that folded out and collapsed flat to be a play area for the little pups. You could also store them in it. I remember us both wanting to get this as kids, but we never really did. No hate to our parents. There were a lot of us kids, and knowing how expensive toys are now, I get it. But at that moment, we were reliving our childhood. She still had all of her pound puppies, as she had many on a shelf and even more in a container in her basement. She could never part with them, and she was hoping to one day share them with her daughter. We were looking it over and discussing it when a man approached us and asked if we were familiar with the item. My sister, Ellie, turned her excitement to him and started telling him all about how this van was always on our Christmas and birthday lists. He explained that our assumption was pretty much right. The toy belonged to his wife, who then tried to give it to their daughter, but she didn't really play with it, so she just wanted to get rid of it at this point. The tag said $10, and it was definitely coming home with us. As Ellie was fishing out the bills from her fanny pack, I grabbed our latest find and walked it to the car. Ellie was still talking with the guy when I walked back, and as I got there, he mentioned to us that she had a whole collection of the little puppies in their spare bedroom, but they didn't have the time or space to bring it down yet. He then asked us if we were interested, and we could then check it out if we were. From the look on Ellie's face, I knew that we were probably going to go home with more. We agreed and followed him into his house, as he motioned to a woman, I assumed his wife, that he was going to show us the rest of the collection. We entered a home that was very obviously well taken care of. It had a very nice rustic look to it, and you could also tell that a kid and a dog lived there, based on the toy chest in the corner of the living room and the dog bed next to the TV. We walked through the living room and took a right up a set of stairs and into a bedroom. This was definitely one of those catch-all rooms. There was a bed that was fully made, but then there were a few boxes and tubs stored in the corner. The closet doors were open and only had a few items that were wrapped in plastic sitting in them. The man pushed the clothes to the side and pulled out a plastic container that probably stood about 3 feet tall. It had drawers and doors that opened on different sides with labels on all of them. He brought it to about the center of the room and gestured to it that we could look it over and pick out what we wanted, if not take the whole thing. Both of us were super excited about this and started opening the little containers to see what all was there. It was really exciting. We found a lot of items that brought back memories and others that we had never seen before, but then all of the serotonin seemed to drain from my body, as I started getting this weird feeling. I felt like something was wrong. I looked over to Ellie to see if she was okay, and she was still talking and smiling as she sorted through the various toys and stuffed animals. But then I noticed the guy that escorted us in here was now standing behind my sister, who is bending over slightly to look into these little cubbies. The problem I had with this was that the guy had his head cocked to the side, clearly staring at her with his hand down his pants. I felt so stupid at that point in time. We'd willingly followed this man into his home. I guess between knowing that he had a kid and a wife, and us being too excited, we accepted that as being completely normal. I'm sure neither of us suspected anything at first, so, being the big sister, I had to do something. I figured that I shouldn't try to act too alarmed, because it was pretty obvious what he was doing, and the fact that he was standing between us and the doorway was a bit problematic. I stood up and walked around to stand behind Ellie. I tried to nudge her arm to get her to stand up, but she would just look over real quick and then back down to the items. I pulled my phone out, typed out a message, and showed it to Ellie, acting like I was looking up an item. I watched as the smile on her face slowly faded. She finally understood. She quickly stood up, and we started walking out of the room, just saying, "Okay, we're good." You could hear the guy walking up behind us, and he started talking about how we didn't look at everything, and was adamant, asking us if we were sure, or if there was anything else we were looking for. I said no, and I followed behind Ellie through the doorway and down the stairs. This guy then shoved past us and jumped in front of the front door, stopping us from being able to open it. My sister asked him what the hell he was doing, and sensing the desperation in his voice, he asked us if there was anything else in the house that we were interested in. I really felt like he was grasping at any reason to keep us in the house, which made me worry even more. My sister said that there wasn't, and that we just wanted the few things that we were holding. Then the desperation really started showing. This man actually asked us if we were willing to have a quickie, and if we were, we could just have the whole container for free. Before I could react, Ellie lost it. She started screaming at him, saying, "What the hell is wrong with you?" She mentioned his wife being right out front and then threatened to call the police. I was already pulling out my phone at this point, but the guy backed away from the door with his hands up, and his only response was, Okay, but don't mention this to my wife, please." Ellie shoved past him, and we both dashed out the door. As we ran down the front stairs, Ellie shouted to the woman that her husband was a creep, and we ran to our car. I watched from the passenger side as he stood by the door, and the wife was standing at the bottom of the steps with her arms out to her side. Her body language was pretty telling as to what was going on. And that was the last time that we saw or heard from that guy, or went to that house, obviously. We left and immediately started recapping all of what had just happened. We thought about whether we should call the cops, but figured they wouldn't be able to do much since he didn't touch us, and we were able to get away, and we were in his house. We just shook off the creepy vibes that we had, grabbed some Starbucks, and chilled out for a bit. We were definitely done for the day. We both agreed that it was pretty stupid of us to go in there, and agreed that we would never let that happen again. If anyone wants to show us something like that, they would have to bring it out to us. But, at the very least, we did get a few of the little puppy stuffies at no cost. We just took it as payment for the trauma that he caused us. I've got a plethora of high school memories. Some great, some terrible, but There was one memory that has always stuck with me because of how different it could have gone. In one of my classes, I was paired with someone during an assignment that I don't normally associate with. I gave a quick grimace to my friend in the class, wanting to be able to choose who I was paired with, of course, but then moved over to the seat next to my new partner. Let's call her Kayla. I'm going to try to make this short, but I just wanted to give a little backstory on Kayla and I that led up to the incident this story is about. I didn't have any problems with Kayla, as I didn't really even know her. I also can't really recall her hanging out or talking with anyone else. She usually kept to herself. She went to classes on time, packed up right before the bell rang, but never earlier, not even in the last period. She rode her bike to and from school, and during lunch, she usually sat on the window ledge, closest to the entrance. Sometimes I saw a girl sitting with her at lunch or talking with her in the hallways, but that was it. At least for most of the interactions that she had. She didn't really do anything odd in class either, so as harsh as this is going to sound, she kind of just blended in with everyone else that I didn't associate with. So, when I moved over to her, she didn't say much. We started discussing different topics to cover, and she typically just agreed with anything I chose, or said things like, "Yeah, whatever, works for you, whatever you want to do, that's fine." I couldn't really decide if she was easy to work with at the time or more difficult, because I had to make a lot of the decisions. But then, when it came time for the actual work, she was on top of it. We had a week to gather our materials for the first part, but she came in the next day with her information completely put together. It was impressive. I made a comment about it to her, and she seemed upset or maybe embarrassed, and I asked her what was wrong, and she mentioned something about me being sarcastic. I wasn't, though. I was being genuine with her. Over the course of the assignment, we worked better and more thoroughly together, but she still really didn't talk much. I was used to at least some small talk or goofing around, but every time I tried, she would shut me down. I won't get into it, but I will say that there was an incident at school involving Kayla where she tripped coming into the school, and I went over to help her and ask her if she was okay. And it seemed to surprise her that I did this. I don't know what shifted, but from then on, she began talking and opening up more about herself. I even invited her over to my place to finish up our assignment and to hang out, wanting to get to know her better. Not only was she highly intelligent, but she was also very kind and pretty funny. So as we grew closer, so did Prom. I mentioned going, and she always shied away from the topic. She said that she wasn't planning on going, but I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I may not have known why she was so reclusive, but she really was a fun girl, so I convinced her to go. My mom and I even took her so that we could get dresses together. We had all these plans as we put it all together, and I could tell that she began to light up more and more to this idea. So, cutting to the actual night of the prom. I offered to have my mom pick her up, but she declined, saying that she would have her mom bring her and we would just meet up there. I got ready to go. My friend stopped by my place to take some pictures with me and ended up taking me to the school instead. When we arrived, I immediately started looking around for Kayla, but I didn't see her. I wasn't too worried about it, as it was still early. It was probably about half an hour into the dance, though, and I still hadn't seen her. I forgot to mention that this was also back when cell phones weren't really a big thing that most kids had. Like, they existed, but it was more so adults, if anyone, that had them. My family wasn't broke, but we weren't really wealthy either, and the only person in my family that had one was my dad, and it was more for work. So I didn't really have a way to call and ask where she was. All I could do was just wait for her to show up. I'd been talking with my other friends, dancing, enjoying the festivities, but still kept in mind that I hadn't seen Kayla, now several hours into the dance. I was disappointed, but assumed that maybe she had just decided not to go after all. It was getting pretty close to the end, and my friend offered to take me home, but I actually wanted to check on Kayla, so I declined and explained why. She understood, and we parted ways as she left. My mom had planned to pick me up at a certain time, so I decided to use the restroom and take my heels off while I waited for her. While I was washing my hands, I noticed something in my peripheral vision. I was in the school restroom, so I knew it was just someone else using it, and I didn't even bother looking up. That was until I heard a familiar voice say my name. When I looked up, I saw Kayla standing behind me. She wasn't wearing her dress though, but jeans and a zip-up jacket. She had makeup on, which she normally didn't, but you could tell that she'd been crying because it was running down her face. I was happy to see her at first, but then immediately became concerned when I saw her state. I asked her what was wrong and went to approach her when she stepped back. She then told me that she didn't understand why I was being so nice to her because she didn't deserve it. She said she was supposed to just fade into the background and never be in the way again, and that I had ruined that. I was confused at first with her saying this. I thought maybe that I had done something wrong. She reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a folded up piece of paper. She held it out and asked me not to read it until I got home, because she didn't want to ruin my night. She thanked me for showing her kindness, and then walked out of the restroom. I just stood there confused for a while and then walked out as well. I kept fidgeting with the paper, wanting to read it, but also trying to follow her wishes. I had no idea what the letter could say. I knew that my mom would be there soon, based on the time, and since I was waiting out front, my curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to read it. I don't have it memorized, nor do I really want to go into the detail of what all it said, but to summarize it, I learned that the girl that I saw her with was her older sister. She was a senior and we were juniors. She did not get along with her sister, due to how differently they were treated by her parents. In the letter, she confessed to some pretty dark things that she wanted to do to herself and her sister. But then, when I started talking to her, she was conflicted. She was convinced that I was just doing this to embarrass her, or out of guilt or something, to get her to go to prom. So she was going to include me in those plans, but then she decided that I was a lot more genuine than that, so she fell back into feeling like she was the person in the wrong, and she didn't deserve to be alive, making hints on what she was going to do instead. My heart dropped when I read all this, and I knew that I needed to find her. I didn't want her to be alone in such a dark mindset, so I went back into the school to see if I could find her or if anyone else had seen her. No luck there. Then I saw my mom walking into the front doors. Now, I was really close to my mother, and I told her just about everything, so I told her my concerns, and then showed her the letter. She was thinking a lot more clearly than I was, and took me back inside to tell someone of the faculty that was there. We then drove to her home. My mom talked to her mom, and asked if she had seen her, explaining the situation. It hurt my heart to see how little care her mother had for the situation. We just told her that her daughter, who was currently missing, had confessed to wanting to end her life and possibly her sister's. And she just seemed more annoyed, and treated it like she was just being dramatic. My mom had more concern than she did, so we just left to continue searching. We did call the cops and report it to them as well, and they also agreed to look around, but couldn't do much since her own parents didn't report it. We went home, me completely distraught and thinking that that may have been the last time I'd ever see this new friend that I had made. That night was intensely restless for me. My mom came into my room that morning and told me that we had a message on our machine from Kayla's mom. She said that Kayla was at the hospital and gave us the room number, and that was about it. My mom, of course, offered to take me up there, and I didn't hesitate. I didn't know what I would see, but I didn't expect to see her sitting in a room, drawing in a book with music playing. This wasn't a normal hospital that you would go to when you were sick. At least, not physically. However, she looked happy. We got to talk while my mom waited outside, and she explained her thought process more. And I learned a lot more about her and how her brain worked. I had no idea about her home life and how deep her thoughts went. Overall, her parents touted how perfect of a child her older sister was, and neglected Kayla a lot. She always got great grades, but it was never good enough, so she tried acting out instead. But because I saw her for Kayla, and not her academics or her sister, she thought that once again she was the problem. I can't help but think what could have happened if I didn't keep interjecting into her life. This was many years ago, and Kayla and I have become really close. She actually moved in with us after she left the hospital and finished her last year of high school from home. Her parents seemed to truly not care, which was heartbreaking. I know there wasn't much that may have happened in this story, but the possibility of what could have happened was pretty terrifying, especially in the moment. That prom could have ended with multiple people dead or seriously injured. So, overall, people, just be kind to one another. We really never know what someone else is going through. I'm going to tell you about an event that happened to me quite recently. For practical and economic reasons, I use the taxi service. The fixed price, which costs me less than taking my vehicle, especially given the place where I live. As already said, an ultra-rural village, isolated from all cities, and where, to go to the bank or go shopping, you have to go 10 to 20 kilometers. In general, the taxi service I use is ultra-professional. Recent vehicles, clean, maintained, friendly drivers, always a friendly random conversation, always on time, and almost always the same drivers. And one day, 3 to 4 weeks ago, I was given a new driver, but nothing special. And it was the same. Impeccable service, we're talking about rain and good weather, nothing to really complain about. 2 weeks ago, this gentleman, who already told me to call him by first name, gave me his age, his nationality, information that came out of nowhere. And he continued his conversation by explaining that he bought a connected printer but couldn't get it to be recognized by his smartphone. I tried to give him advice, and it stops there. But again, I'm just there. He's in too much of an enthusiastic mood for my taste. I don't pay much attention to it. He starts to talk about his printer again, and blurts out to me, "You work in this field. You can help me. I can't do it. I can't get it connected. If you want, you should add me on Messenger." Since we had arrived at my destination, I stammered an answer, just something like, "Yeah, I'll think about it later." But I didn't know this guy. I had never talked about my work. Yes, I am a computer technician, among other things, though. I did think about it afterwards, and it's information that is easily found on Facebook. For example, even if my profile is not fully public. I ended up forgetting about this, since I had to help a friend mired in a complicated divorce where there was domestic violence. Suffice it to say, this divorce worried me a lot more, and that moment with the taxi, it wasn't that important. Except, when I had to leave, I had to call another taxi. And wouldn't you know it, it was this driver again. I was hesitant to get in. I had a sudden urge to just get out of the vehicle, and he said hello to me, but then used my first name. He then started asking me questions about my father's health, and even made a few jokes about it. I specify that once again, I never mentioned my first name, nor had I ever mentioned my father to this driver. Suffice it to say, that trip was heavy, and I was completely silent. I did what I needed to do, and then in the store parking lot, I called the taxi center to order a taxi for the return. The gentleman replies that there's already a vehicle that has just dropped off another person, and that I can meet with them and notify them that they could pick me up. I arrived at the car, and, as expected, it was that driver. He had a big smile. He helped me with my bags by placing himself behind me, against the trunk, and then put his hand on my back. He kind of caressed it. It made my blood run cold. The driver then asks me to get in the front, because the rear doors have a problem unlocking. I just want to run away. Quickly. Very quickly. I get in the seat, telling myself it's just 10 kilometers by car and it'll go quickly. And I tried to hide my emotions. That was a mistake. This driver started talking to me and asking questions, trying to get answers out of me. Questions very focused on sex. Increasingly disgusting questions. Saying things like, "Do you get compliments when you finish a man? Have you ever tried the Moroccan cigar?" Allusion to the fact that I had bought cigars. He said all this with this just awkward smile, putting his hand near me, moving it in my direction, while I was trying to cram myself against the door, holding on to the handle, and planning to unlock it quickly. Doors which, by the way, seemed to have no problem, since it didn't indicate that there were any issues. And, of course, instead of taking the shortest route, he took the longest, which makes the time go from 10 to 15 minutes to almost 50 minutes in an ultra-isolated wooded path. I just responded vaguely to his comments or tried to make little jokes, hiding my growing anxiety. I don't know. I don't really want to know what this guy was up to. We got to my house, I jumped out, grabbed all my bags in one go, and went home. And while I was at home, in the hour that followed, this driver tried to message me on WhatsApp. I blocked him immediately. I didn't even read it. After calming down a bit, I contacted the taxi company and explained this situation. The gentleman asked me, "Are you talking about this guy?" And I answered in the affirmative. And then he told me, in a very mafia-like tone, "Don't worry, we'll take care of it." At the end of this, I said to myself that I may not have been the first to report him, which is kind of scary. And with his "we'll take care of it," I decided to look into another taxi service. This whole thing is still spinning in my brain. P.S. I forgot to specify it in the story, and would like to remain as anonymous as possible, but I'll say that I'm Belgian, and I am a man. This really changes nothing. Whether you're a woman, a man, an adult, a teenager, or a child, this is not acceptable behavior. About a decade ago, I had an honestly chilling experience while I was out driving at night. I used to work a really weird shift, and I got off the clock at 2 a.m., so my drive home was incredibly boring and empty. For the most part, the highways were completely dead, and I was typically able to get from point A to point B pretty easily. It's one of those stories that kind of shook me. As mentioned, I was driving home that night, just taking my usual route and enjoying the summer breeze as it blew through the windows. It was a really nice night. There was no one else on the highway, and I was just cruising at a bit above the speed limit with some chill tunes playing way too loud through the car speakers. About halfway through the drive, I was rounding one of the curves and started on a downhill portion of the highway. My eyes sort of landed randomly on what looked like a person a bit down the road. I slowed down, thinking that there was no way that this person was walking on the shoulder of a highway with a speed limit of 65. But sure enough, it was. Thankfully, with it being as late as it was, and the highway being completely open like this, I was able to slow down to see if the person was okay, or if they needed help. As I slowed down, I noticed that this person kind of looked disoriented and stumbling, like they were either drunk or he didn't know where the hell he was. I had a point of being concerned for this person's well-being, and I immediately hit my flashers and stopped next to him. I approached the man cautiously, and as I got closer, I could see that he was a much older gentleman. He looked disheveled with unkempt hair, wearing what looked like a dark red bathrobe and house slippers. What bothered me was the fact that his stare was empty, like his eyes were completely vacant. I rolled down the window and I asked him if he needed help. He paused for a moment, looked at me, and started saying a few things that honestly did not make sense. I remember two things that he specifically said. He was looking for his house because it kept disappearing, and that he couldn't ignore the voices in the shadows. I was starting to get pretty worried about him at this point. I knew that I couldn't just leave him there or ignore this, as it was pretty clear that something was wrong with this man. After a bit of back and forth, I was able to convince him that I could help him find what he was looking for, and he actually did get into my back seat. I figured, if nothing else, him being in my car was safer than him walking on the shoulder of the road, and I could probably just get him to a nearby police station so that he could get help. As we drove, his ramblings kept going, and it was making me feel a bit anxious. I didn't think that he would do anything to me, but part of me was kind of getting this weird feeling that he could do something, and he wouldn't be fully aware of what he was doing. After a bit of driving, though, I was able to get to a police station, and I told him to stay in the car while I went in to explain to them what was going on. Thankfully, they didn't ask too many questions about why I had let him in my car, or who I was to him. I think my panicked demeanor helped them to realize that I wasn't doing anything malicious. The officer came out and tried to speak to the man, but he kept saying the same things about the house disappearing and the shadows talking. The officer glanced at me, and I shrugged like, I don't know, man, I'm just trying to help. The officer helped the man out of the car and asked me if I could stick around the station to fill out some paperwork, and maybe answer some other questions if they have them. I agreed, and I sat there on the bench for something close to an hour. I was actually starting to doze off when the original officer finally came back out and asked me to go over my story again. I told him that I was heading home for my shift, saw the man on the shoulder of the highway, and explained that I stopped because he seemed like something was wrong. And I explained that he was saying a lot that didn't make sense. The officer nodded and wrote down what I had said, and then mentioned that he had found some information in the wallet that the man was carrying. So, to explain what exactly had happened, this man was in danger. Apparently, he had actually lived at a retirement home almost 3 miles down the highway. The officer confirmed that he had gotten a hold of the retirement home and spoke to the employees, and they confirmed that this man lived there. At some point, after everyone had gone to bed, this man had managed to get out of his room and through one of the exits, and he walked the full 3 miles down the road. Unfortunately, he did have dementia, So why he got out and where he was going and what he was thinking and walking down the highway like that, it's anyone's guess. He was adamant about the disappearing house and those voices in the shadows, so maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know, honestly. The officer told me that they had someone from the facility coming to get him, and then mentioned that the facility was likely going to be doing an investigation into how he got out. So, at least that made me feel a bit better about him being safer from then on. They let me go, and the whole time I was driving home, I was seriously staring at the shoulder of the highway and making sure that there wasn't anyone else out there. I knew that there wouldn't be, but I was feeling anxious about it, for some reason. About a week or so later, I actually got a card in the mail from the retirement home. I'm guessing they got my information from the officer when they picked the man up. It was a card with the photo of the man and a few of the nurses. He was smiling and wearing a little birthday hat, and it mentioned that he was celebrating his 89th birthday. There was a short note on it, thanking me too, so that was nice. And I was glad that he was back with people that could help him. Now, this was a long time ago, so it is likely that he's no longer with us, but I do hope that he was able to live out the rest of his time comfortably, and I hope that they were able to keep him secured in their facility after that night. I have family members that live in the middle of nowhere, way outside of any major town or anything. And of course, they are the family that I tend to go see during the holidays. Thanksgiving is one of the major holidays for my family, as it was my grandmother's favorite day. And we get all the extended family on her side together to have a lovely meal, and it's always been a good time. This story isn't about the get-together, though. It's about something that happened after the fact. Most years, I would stay at my aunt's house and leave early the next morning. But on the year that this happened, I was working for a company that was doing a merger with another organization, so they pretty much had shut off all time-off requests, only the specific holidays. And because of this, I had to get home that night so that I could get up at 6 a.m. and get to the office early the next day. If nothing else, it was a pain in my ass, as I hate driving late at night, especially for the full hour that I have to drive to the north to get home. And the fact that they live out in the middle of nowhere means that there are literally no streetlights. I tried to leave at a good time, but it was hard to leave my family that night as they wanted to continue talking and spending time together. So, by the time I got out of there, it was around 10:30 at night. I get out of the driveway and out onto the really dark roads, trying to keep my eyes open and my mind focused on the trip. I was definitely struggling, like, really struggling, to keep myself awake. I think that digesting all that food and the hard spike in my blood sugar had really started to take its toll on me. I could feel my eyelids starting to drop as I was going. The longer I went, the harder it was to keep myself going, so I figured that the best course of action for me was to put on some music. Unfortunately, I do have an older car that doesn't have any sort of wireless connectivity, so when I listen to music, it has to be on a CD. The disc that I had in was not going to be enough to keep me awake. I needed something heavy and aggressive. So I ejected the CD and slowed down a bit so that I could reach down onto my floor to grab my CD folder, which is something that I will say was incredibly stupid. I was taking my eyes off the road and focusing on reaching down to grab my CD holder. Like I said, stupid. But it's what I did. I reached down, grabbed my folder, and grabbed the disc for some metal band, and when I looked back up at the road, I noticed a figure standing there in the middle of the road. I panicked, and I slammed my brakes to do my best to avoid hitting whatever or whoever this was. Thankfully, despite the car being old, it did have a good braking system, and I was able to stop pretty quickly without flipping my car or driving into the trees in the shoulder. When I came to the screeching halt, I was gripping the wheel and just trying to breathe through my excruciatingly painful heartbeat that was pulsing in my head. I honestly thought that I was about to have a heart attack, considering how high my blood pressure was over those couple of seconds. After a few moments of taking deep breaths and just staring at my dashboard, I finally was able to get my mind back to reality, and then realized that I needed to make sure that I actually didn't hit whatever that was. I looked up and out all of the windows and in the mirrors, trying to see if I could see anything. But there was nothing there. I was confused, panicked, and trying to not literally pass out. Where the hell had this thing gone? And what the hell was it? I pulled the car over to the side of the road and parked it so that I could get out and look around to see what was going on. I stepped out onto the road and walked a bit back, looking out into the shadows of the road that was lit only by my taillights. I stared at the darkness, squinted, trying to see if there was anything there, when I did finally see something. In the darkness, I could see what looked to be that same figure. Still mostly shapeless, but almost human-shaped. Just standing in the darkness and looking in my direction. I lifted my hand and waved and shouted back to see if this was a person, and if they were okay. I shouted, "Hey, is everything alright?" And as I did, this figure just stood there completely motionless. I was starting to get freaked out, thinking that this wasn't a person, that it was something else. Something supernatural. I started to walk backwards toward my car, keeping my eyes on this figure, and as I got to my car and reached toward the handle, I heard what sounded like laughing. Like a high-pitched giggling voice in the distance, out in the direction of whatever that thing was. That was all that I needed to hear. I threw my door open, jumped in, and I took back off down the road to continue my trip. I drove the rest of the way in silence, my heart keeping up its stupid fast rate. I'm staring in my rear view mirror every 10 seconds to see if this thing was following me somehow. Obviously it wasn't. Whatever the hell that demonic thing was, it stayed there in the dark. A fact for which I was very thankful. I got home and I struggled to go to sleep that night, just kind of staring at the ceiling with my heart pounding like hell. Honestly, I don't think my BPM dropped below 120 until the next morning. Like, my body was reacting intensely to this whole thing. Like my instincts knew that whatever this was truly dangerous, and it would have been much worse had I not taken off. To this day, I still can't explain what happened on that drive home. I've tried to rationalize it as my imagination just running wild or some sort of prank, but deep down, I know that something truly terrifying was watching me. I've since avoided that stretch of road. I actually found another way to get home from my aunt's house, and the memory of that night haunts me. For anyone that has any sort of name for this thing, or a better explanation, please do let me know. I really can't physically describe it, other than it seemed to just be a living shadow on the road that stared intently. It looked like a person, sort of, but it was mostly shapeless beyond that. It was just intensely dark and creepy. I know that this doesn't help much, but it's the best that I've got for it. Anyways, that's my story. And I hope that I never experience anything like this for the rest of my days. I want to start this story off by saying that it isn't necessarily a horror story, though it was absolutely scary for me. Some people may come out of this story thinking that I'm preachy, and I don't really care if that's how you feel by the end of it. This story is one that is a necessary, cautionary tale for anyone that may put themselves into these kind of situations. This happened when I was 21, and honestly, it wasn't that long ago. It was in the early 2010s, actually. Back then, I was the type of kid that thought that I was invincible. I ran on Red Bull more than sleep, and I know that there are a lot of people out there that seem to do the same. I hope that this story does get through to some of you, and again, preachy, I know, but it's an important experience that needs to be put out there. I was driving home from college on a Friday night, trying to get out to my parents' place to spend a few days so that I could get away from campus. I'd made this drive numerous times, always late in the evening, and I had never had any issues with it. It was a long, monotonous drive, one that was partially main roads and partially winding side roads. On this night, I had been on the road for a couple of hours, and it was pitch black out, and I thought that I was doing okay. I had just chugged a second Red Bull for the drive, and the caffeine was causing my heart to beat fast and my mind to race. I was getting jittery, my left leg bouncing on the floor and my right foot holding the gas pedal down. My eyes kept frantically wandering onto the dull glow of the headlights as they passed, and despite the fact that I was starting to feel a bit lightheaded, I was determined to make this drive without stopping. As the next hour wore on, I started feeling my eyelids grow a bit heavier, which was actually making me angry, as I was running on the caffeine of the energy drinks, yet I was starting to feel tired. My brain was focusing way too hard on how I was feeling, how tired I was starting to get. I started to think that I should pull over and take a minute to take a breath, that me getting lightheaded was something serious, but the stubborn guy that I was telling myself that I only had about half an hour left to go. It was probably the rush of adrenaline that was kicking my ass at the same time that my brain was begging me to sleep. But I was arguing with myself inside about stopping. In the end, my stubborn side won, and I slapped my face telling myself that I wasn't going to give up that easily. And that is where things went completely wrong, and my life would be changed permanently. It must have only been for a couple of seconds, but in the brief moment that my eyes fell shut, my car veered slightly to the side. The sudden jolt of the tires hitting the gravel on the shoulder snapped me awake, only for me to see that I was heading off the road. Panicking, I overcorrected, and I quickly went from correcting to trying to maintain to completely losing control of the situation. My car skidded across the road, and I slammed into a guardrail, causing my car to flip multiple times before finally coming to a hard stop just before hitting a large tree. The force of the impact is beyond description. The glass all shattered, and the only sound alongside the metal crunching was me screaming my lungs out as the whole thing happened. Time completely seemed to slow down as I felt myself being violently tossed around the interior of my car. When it finally came to a rest, I was nothing shy of disoriented and in shock. I could feel my breathing slow down. The world was spinning, and I could feel blood dripping down on my face as the pain of the situation slowly settled in. Despite my injuries, I was able to crawl through the destroyed door and pull myself close to the shoulder of the road. I don't know how I got as far as I did, but I had managed to get close enough to be seen. As I lay there trembling, crying, screaming as loud as I could while in excruciating pain. After what was probably a couple of seconds, a car drove by and they saw me. I will say that after I heard him say, "Oh my god, call 911," I completely blacked out. There is a huge chunk of time that is completely gone. My memory goes from hearing that to seeing doctors trying to keep me alive, and then waking up when everything was done. The aftermath of all this was a nightmare. I spent a couple of months under medical care, undergoing surgeries and physical therapy. My body was broken in ways that I can't imagine. And the worst of it was my left leg, which was so damaged that they had to amputate it above the knee. From what I was told, it was completely destroyed. And the fact that I didn't bleed out while crawling up was nothing shy of a miracle. At the age of 21, I was permanently scarred and handicapped to the point that I now spend a lot of my time in a wheelchair. I've had to adapt to having a prosthetic, and everything has been completely different. I have so many scars from that night, and I often find myself jumping up in the middle of the night, screaming, as the memories of the crash keep playing in my head. I have adapted, thankfully, but it hurts so much to know that had I made a better decision that night, had I just pulled over and maybe taken a quick nap, I would have been okay. I would have been none the worse for wear, and I would have made it to my parents' house, and life could have just been normal. But I didn't. I didn't make good decisions, and I have to live with the consequences. Again, this isn't for pity, but a warning for anyone that thinks it's smart to push themselves to the end of their rope, and that thinks it's okay to keep going when they're tired. The consequences of falling asleep at the wheel can be devastating and life-altering, of which I am a prime example. It's not worth it. Take care of yourself and listen to your body, and don't end up with a story like mine. I've never really shared this story before, mainly because it still causes me mental distress every time I think about it, even all of these years later. But after reading a bunch of other stories posted in this group and seeing that a lot of people have gone through terrible things, some of them even similar to mine, I decided that I should put this out there and see if it helps me get past it. Maybe it'll help others see the severity of obsessive behavior, and if it helps anyone, then that would be an added bonus in my mind. Back whenever I was in high school, there was this kid named Carter, who was always a bit odd and out there. He was quiet. Very quiet. He kept to himself for the most part, but he had a bit of a fascination with me. In that, where he never really spoke to anyone else, he always treated me like I was a good friend. Like we had talked all the time. Now, I didn't mind Carter. He seemed like an okay person, but outside of that, I never really paid much attention to him, assuming that he was just shy or that he might have had a bit of a crush on me or something. I figured it was completely harmless, that it would pass, and that would be that. However, of course, that's not how things went. What started as him having just that small crush turned into him getting a bit creepy. He started seeming to always be around, seemingly by coincidence. He would be in the hallways nearby when I walked to class. At lunch, he would sit at the table next to where I was, regardless of who else was sitting there, or he would stand with his back against the wall near the table if there were people already there. He joined the drama club randomly, and would be there every day after school when the meetings would occur. I tried to pretend that it had nothing to do with me, that I was just noticing a bunch of coincidental occurrences, and that he wasn't doing it to be around me. Then, the notes started. There was a random note in my locker one day, handwritten and not signed, and it was filled with a bunch of compliments and declarations of love. Flattering, sure, but it was cringe-inducing too. It had compliments about random things that really didn't make sense to me, like the straightness of my teeth and how I walked. And, of course, that wasn't the only one. Oh no. It happened every day for a few days. And then there were a few days where there were multiples, and it started getting beyond unsettling. They started mentioning details about my life that no one should have known. One specifically mentioned the color of the underwear that I was wearing that day, and how it matched the color of my bed covers. Worse yet, it was actually accurate. When I read that, I started to feel sick to my stomach, realizing that this guy was stalking me. I could no longer pretend that it was all a coincidence. I had to accept and address that this boy was pushing boundaries. I will say that I was only 16 and I really didn't know what to do about it beyond telling an adult. And I figured that I should tell my school counselor since it technically was happening at school. So I went to my counselor and I explained everything that was going on. And I gave her those notes, including the last ones that I mentioned. She read them, and after getting through it and taking a few moments to think about it, she looked at me and said, "And you think you know who sent these?" I told her that it was Carter, and she asked me how I knew for sure. I tried to explain that he had been stalking me, that he was always around and such, but she mentioned that none of the letters were signed, and that I couldn't just accuse him without being able to prove it. I asked how I was supposed to prove it, and she shrugged me off, saying that, as serious as this sounded, there was nothing to show that it was actually him, and that I should talk to him about it. She seriously recommended that I talk to him about this whole thing, that I talk to him about how obsessive he was, about the fact that he had obviously been peeping in my window at some point. That was not going to happen, obviously. I walked out of that room and I finished the day, and when I got home, I just went and laid down in my bed and sobbed. I was feeling paranoid, freaked out, like he was watching me while I was sitting there crying. I kept glancing out my window thinking that I would see him, thinking he would be right there for some reason. When my dad got home, he asked me what was going on, and I explained the whole thing to him, and I even told him that I tried to talk to my school counselor, and that she basically told me she couldn't do anything about it. He was shocked and angry, and when I told him about the counselor and he read the part about how the guy was looking in my window, he became furious. He told me that he was going to talk to the counselor that next morning. The next day, he drove me to school and went in to talk to her, and when he came out, it was pretty clear that everyone was unhappy. He told me that I was going to be staying home from school that day, and we left. When we got home, he told me some of what was said, and he mentioned that the counselor was going to have a conversation with Carter, and then said that things would be okay. The day when I went back, the next day, I was nervous that I was going to run into Carter in the hallways. But from what I could tell, he wasn't at the school, which it made me feel a bit better. That is, until I got home. When I got home from school, as was normal, my parents weren't home yet. I went in and grabbed something to eat and then sat in the living room to watch something on TV. After about 20 minutes, I heard something in the garage, like something had fallen down, and without even thinking, I got up to see what exactly it was. When I opened the door, my heart dropped. There, in the middle of the garage, was Carter, just standing there trying to pick up what he had knocked down. He looked up at me and gave me this horrible grin, and then immediately started toward the door. Thankfully, there were two things that were going to be my saving grace. The door upstairs from the garage had a deadbolt lock on it, and my dad was going to be home within only a couple of minutes. I slammed the door and locked it, with the deadbolt and the knob lock. After a couple of minutes, I could hear Carter smacking the door and yelling at me, telling me that I needed to let him in, that he loved me, and that I needed to let him be close to me. With the door locked, there was only one way out of the garage, and that was through the garage door, which was now opening because my dad was pulling in. I heard my dad pull into the garage, I heard the door open, and I heard my dad shouting at Carter, yelling at him to get on the ground, and Carter saying that he wasn't there to do anything wrong. That may have been believable had he not somehow broken into the garage to wait for me to get home. A bit after this, my dad told me to call the police and tell them that Carter had broken into our home, and, long story short, the police did show up. I explained what had happened, that I'd come home and found him in the garage. After a lot of talking to the cops and then putting Carter into the back of the car, I was just sitting there staring at him in the back of the police car as they asked us questions and got more info. They pulled off, and I had never been happier than that day. Thankfully, that was pretty much the end of it. I don't know how far into the legal system Carter ended up getting, but I never saw him at school again. Obviously, I never got another note in my locker either. I never had to deal with his craziness again, and my life got back on track almost immediately. I'm thankful that my dad took me seriously, and screw that counselor for not even thinking to address the whole thing beyond saying, "Oh, we can't prove it." Oh, and Carter, I'm glad that you and I never met again. And please, stay the hell away from me. This was something that I witnessed a few years back while working at a landscaping company. We received an order or job to almost completely redo someone's front yard. It was kind of sloped, so he wanted it to be leveled out. He wanted a rock bed around the house and a garden of some sort surrounding a tree in his yard that is bricked off, as well as a couple of other small details here and there. I was actually assigned to go out to the property with one of our leads to get an idea of what he wanted, to plan it out and make sure that it was achievable. I remember the guy being very polite at the time. He explained things well, like he had some experience in landscaping too, judging by some of the verbiage that he used. Once we got it all plotted, we showed him the details of basically the blueprint of his yard, and our plans, asking if it was good. This is a good time to correct anything that he felt was wrong, not quite what he wanted, etc. However, he said it all looked good and thanked us for our time. We scheduled the actual job, and we were out there about a week later. There was a decent-sized group of guys out there, including myself and the manager, or lead, and that was with me when we did the draft. We were all updated as to what to expect and what the job was, not to mention the lead was always there to direct us with what we had to do. So we definitely were not going into it blind. As we started the work, we did some basic outlines and still tried to involve the owner to have him check off the work along the way. He greeted us when we got there and began, but then was in his home for the most part, which was fine. Most of the time, if they were home, they stayed inside, but occasionally looked out the window or came out to see how it was going. He did not. He only came out if we requested him to. So, when we did, he would check off the outlines and say that it all looked good. so we would continue the work. The yard wasn't huge, so we were able to get most of it complete in a single day, other than a few things to top off the yard the next day. As we were picking up our supplies and equipment, the customer, let's call him Rich, came out of his house as the lead requested to check the work and get his thoughts. He looked pissed. He walked around the side of his house, picked up a rock, and threw it back down. He walked over to the flower bed and ripped up one of the flowers. He then proceeded to yell at us about how it was all wrong. He said we got the wrong rocks. The flowers were supposed to be a very specific color. Like he wanted bright red tulips and we had gotten him red-orange. He even claimed that he could tell by standing on the ground that it was still at an angle. We dug a line as to where to level it and had him check it off, and he agreed that it was good. However, the customer is always right, so we apologized and told him that we would get it all corrected tomorrow. We even had him write down the very specific rocks that he wanted, so we knew to bring the correct ones. Later that day, we had a quick meeting with the owner of the landscape company that turned into a bit of a lecture. He talked about how he was disappointed in us due to the job that day, and that Rich had called him personally to complain. That's when he shared with us that Rich was a good friend of his and that this friend had a lot of money. And that's why it was so important to get this job right tomorrow. Because if we didn't, then we would all be reprimanded, or potentially fired. A little annoyed that this guy was getting special treatment, we all just agreed to do better the next day and headed home. So now the same team of us are out there the next day, redoing and completing the work. We clarified with him when we started that we had the right rocks. He agreed. We confirmed the flowers were the right color. He agreed. We got it almost all the way done when Rich came outside, looked at the flower bed, and immediately complained that it was wrong. Our lead questioned him about it because he said the flowers were good, to which he snapped back saying that it was the shape. He was angry because the garden was supposed to be in a bricked circle, but he claimed that the circle was more oval and lopsided. There was one very small part that went out a little further than the rest because of a raised tree root. He said that it looked trashy and half-assed. So our lead again apologized and explained how we could correct it, and he finally agreed. Rich went back in, and while a few people finished up the rock bed and picking up, I helped our lead and a couple other guys on the bed. It was probably only about 20 minutes or so. We had leveled out the area with the root, causing us to also raise the bed a little when Rich came back outside. But he looked much calmer this time. He wasn't smiling and he didn't look happy, but he at least didn't look like he was going to scream at any moment. He started walking down into the yard when he asked, "Who's in charge of this job?" Our lead, Ed, raised his hand and started walking out from the other side of the tree. He started explaining, saying that he was in charge in a completely friendly manner, apologizing for all the issues, but was then quickly cut off when Rich pulled out a gun and shot Ed. I know it's cliche to say, but it seriously happened so fast. I was still standing by the tree, but was watching at the time. He pulled his arm up, aimed right at Ed, and pulled the trigger. Ed fell backwards on the ground, and I immediately ducked. After a few seconds of no follow-up firing, I looked up to see Rich calmly walking back into his house. I shouted for Ed and quickly ran over to him to see if he was still alive. He was, thankfully, but there was a lot of blood. I was terrified, worried that he could have hit something major, but I at least knew that he didn't hit his heart as the guy shot him around his right shoulder. I was also worried that he could come back out and start firing on the rest of us, so I told them all to leave as quickly as they could, leaving anything that we still had out. One of the other guys called 911 as I held a shirt, a towel, and whatever else we had on us on the wound. EMTs and the cops showed up pretty quickly, And to my surprise, the guy still had not come back out. Not even with the police in his driveway. They took Ed to the hospital, but I stayed behind to explain every last damn detail on what happened to him. 2 other guys were there and explained what they saw too. They then approached the house with their hands on their guns as well, knocking on the door. I felt like I was holding my breath as I watched them enter. I tried to remain calm, but seeing how unaffected Rich was as he walked out the door with the cops infuriated me. I yelled something at him, and one of the officers told me that I could go ahead and leave and that they would contact me if they needed anything. I immediately went to the hospital to see about Ed's condition, and hopefully to be able to keep his wife calm, as I'm sure that she was probably told by now. As for the update, Ed did live. It messed up his shoulder pretty bad, and being that he's right-handed, he definitely has difficulties doing things like he used to, but he doesn't let it bother him. He retired early, and is having a great life now. I've never seen a more optimistic man. Rich was cooperative with authorities, admitted that he shot him because he was upset with how we kept getting the work wrong, and was ultimately charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And, of course, the owner was mad at us for messing stuff up. And while we weren't fired at the time, a few of the guys there that day were conveniently fired for other reasons shortly after. I, as well as Ed and a few others, also decided to walk out on the bastard, since he didn't back any of us up. He could have pressed charges on him for doing this to us, but he didn't, and instead blamed us. Screw that. I know that this is one of those freak experiences that I would hope no one else has ever gone through, but I didn't like the thought of it happening again, so I didn't do any more landscaping jobs, unless it was my own stuff or for family. It's still something that always sticks to me, though, and I wonder when I see someone get irrationally angry if they could do something so extreme. So, there's my story, and I hope that Rich lives a very lonely rest of his life, so that he doesn't do this to anyone else, and, most importantly, I hope that we never meet again. Hey all. I wanted to share something that me and a few friends experienced in high school. I think I was a bit of a weirdo in school, but I wasn't alone. I had plenty of friends that accepted my weirdness and were probably just as equally goofballs. We were the ones using paper clips and safety pins as earrings, drawing creepy stuff, and other probably edgy things. I cringe at the thought of my teenage years now. Anyways, while we may have been odd, we still wanted to enjoy the events that our school had, such as fundraisers, parades, and, yes, even prom. A couple of my friends and I all agreed to go to prom together, and one of my friends even tried to hook me up with this girl that I'd been interested in. He'd asked her if she was available. Well, actually, he told her that I was asking, and she said yes. So our first date would be prom, I guess. I actually gave a little more care as to how I looked, and even got a matching tie for her corsage. I picked her up from her place, and we met our friends at the community center, where they were having the dance. My date was stunning, and it was hard to believe that she was with me. She said that I looked good, and even some of the teachers that were there told me that I cleaned up well and joked that they wished they saw me more like this. I wasn't the best student, but I wasn't really a troublemaker either. We were all having a great night, between dancing, flirting, eating some of the food, and just BSing with each other. At one point while we were talking, I noticed a guy that seemed kind of out of place. Even the teachers and adults were dressed nicely, and this guy was just in jeans and a suit jacket. I watched as he walked along the wall, looking around, almost like he was trying to find somebody. But it was the way that he held himself and looked around that had me on edge. There was an eerie intensity to his gaze at everyone that made me feel like he had no good intentions. Now, while he looked very off-putting, no one else was looking at him or watching him, so I was starting to think that maybe it was just me. I tried to brush it off as just being prom jitters and thinking maybe I was just on edge due to the circumstances. So, at the time, I just let it go. I continued dancing and talking with my friends, and at one point, we found a table and about 6 of us were sitting at it. My date had her legs on my lap, complaining that they were hurting as she'd been wearing heels. While talking, I spotted the suit jacket guy again, and also noticed that he was walking towards us. I looked back at my friends, trying to find a time to ask if they recognized him, but he stood next to my date's chair and greeted us before I had the chance. He asked us if we were enjoying ourselves, and we all said yeah. He brought up a few things like the music and one of the drink stations, and we conversed for a few. As the conversation died down, the guy then asked us what we were going to be doing after the dance, which I thought was kind of an odd question. One of my friends mentioned that we'd probably just go chill somewhere, and then the guy asked us if we wanted to go with him to go smoke. Now, I know everyone at the table, including myself, did, but it was really weird to have an adult offer this to us. We all kind of side-eyed one another, and I spoke up first and said, "Nah, we're good. Thanks, though." And no one else said anything. He then pushed it, again offering. He said it wasn't a setup or anything, and specifically pointed at me and said, "I know you like grass, boy. Don't lie," and started laughing. This accusation did not make me feel more comfortable about him either. In fact, the way that he looked at me and pointed at me, it made me think like it was more about intimidation, like he had something on me. And so without looking away from him or smiling like I did the first time, I just said, "No one's lying, man. We're just not interested." I was hoping that he might get the hint, and I wanted him to leave us alone. He didn't. He then focused on my date. He complimented her on her looks, and she seemed a little standoffish, but was being polite to the guy. Until he started making more explicit comments to my date and the other girls. She'd put her legs down and seemed to push her back more towards me, as if she was nervous that this guy was close to her. Nobody was saying anything. Being that I was already suspicious of this dude, I was now annoyed that he was not getting the hint. So I stood up, called him a few names, and told him to leave. I also very loudly made a comment about him hitting on teens and stood there, hoping he would finally get the hint. Or at least maybe another adult would come over. The guy again laughed as he stood up and said that if we changed our minds, we could meet him at a certain park. I watched as he walked away, but also noticed our gym teacher starting to walk over to us. He asked us who that guy was, and I basically asked him the same thing. I thought he was another staff member, or part of the faculty chaperoning the dance, since he was obviously an adult. The gym teacher then hollered for the creep and started walking toward him, and he took off. Our gym teacher then ran after him too, and we were left wondering who that guy was. And we all tried to loosen up again, hoping that wouldn't completely sour our night, but we then had another teacher approach us saying that we needed to follow them because they had more questions about what had just happened. After we explained it all to them, they told us that they were handling it and to go back to the dance and enjoy our time. Thankfully, we were able to have a good rest of the night, but when we separated afterwards, I was still left wondering about this guy. Who was he? How did he end up at the prom without any of the other teachers or other students feeling like he didn't belong? I spotted him pretty quickly, and I knew that something wasn't right. I was kicking myself for not reporting him sooner, but I didn't know all the people that worked for the school or the district, so I just assumed I was being paranoid. That was until the following week when I was called into the principal's office, where I saw one of my other friends from that night and a police officer. The principal said the officer wanted to know more about the incident and asked for a description of the man. After explaining all this, the officer showed us a picture of a guy. It was an obvious mugshot, and it was the same person. They thanked us for our explanation and sent us off back to class. That day, my mom picked me up from school and asked us about the cop at the school and what all he said. I told her about the incident at prom, and so she was already aware, but she said that she had also gotten an email that the school sent out to everyone about this guy. It mentioned that they had a suspicious and unidentified person in the area that was also reported by students, and that they reacted quickly by calling the authorities. Later that night, a cop had actually stopped behind a car that was parked near our school with all their lights off and questioned them. Our gym teacher saw the guy leaving in a car and gave them the details as well. The car and the guy matched the description, so they detained him. They sent the email letting them know that he was still in custody after being identified by witnesses, and that if they had any other questions, they could call the school, or the officer that was handling the case. It was a relief to know that this guy wasn't out walking around, but also creeped me out just that much more, knowing that he was still nearby. Like, he was waiting. I wanted to include this, but of course I can't confirm the validity of it, as it was all from word of mouth. One of my friends said that their parents called the officer, and they told them that they searched his car and found rope, duct tape, and a knife, as well as condoms and some weed. The weed at least matches up to the story that he was feeding us that night, but if that information was true, then what the hell was he planning? It sends shivers down my spine thinking what could have happened if any of us had gone with him that night. For the most part, it was a fantastic night, but it was also pretty memorable for us. From then on, I promised myself that if anything ever seemed off, especially when it comes to another person like that, I would tell someone immediately. I'm glad that no one went with him that night, but it's always in the back of my mind of what could have happened. This is something that happened to me a long time ago, when I was a freshman at college. But it was like no other college. Though I suppose there were plenty of other esoteric places then. It was 1980, exactly. The college was barely accredited. It would sometimes lose standing and be called institute instead of college, making it all the more impossible to grasp. It had started in the 1960s, with hippie/CIA roots. It was a world college, a world institute, and the headquarters were on an old estate gracing the northern harbor. Years later, I would learn that the money which built the main house, the show barn up the road, the servants' quarters, it all came from a fortune hunter who struck it rich under the employ of the East India Trading Company. He had offices in Hong Kong, but later came to settle on the eastern seaboard. The family was eccentric, and they donated an austere quasi-religion who, in turn, gave it to a corporate visionary who made it his Disneyland. This institute of frugality and utopian idealism. It became filled, for a time, with bearded, bespectacled men, and passionate in their beliefs and discussions as they talked about world events in the beautiful but rotting chambers of the main house. A mansion full of original French doors and moved-in 1970s office environs. Women in scarves and overalls going through files, the odd man in the suit, clean-shaven on the new push-button phone. When I came there, though, it was as if it were Brigadoon itself. existent only in the mist. I took a limo from the airport, and the man driving had never heard of the place, but as I gave him directions, we found our way to a dirt road with a small sign only noting the lane name. There was no signage of the college. Going downhill in what was now forest, there was one sign that was a yellow yield sign with 3 handwritten words upon it: animals at play. And suddenly it was as if time itself was different. I was sent to live in Dawn House, a house that was on the bottom part of the campus, or the main campus as it was known. It was across the giant dirt circular driveway for the main house, with a gargantuan tree in the center that every class would climb for a group pic, with the swinging daring ones at the top. Dawn House was a single-story place that was unusual because of its paint job. It was bright orange with black trim, like Halloween, and it stuck out from the graceful aging estate with its algae-clumped ponds and crumbling formal gardens. It also sported a wreath on the front door, plastic, hung over a picture of some naked hippies in a semi-formal pose. It was a weird look, aberrant, in this otherwise bucolic place. I would learn soon enough who was responsible for the paint. My housefather, V. He wore the same black pants and bright orange turtlenecks, had jet black hair slicked back like the 1950s. At the end of his maintenance day, he would sit in a ragged, overstuffed chair, eat his mono-diet meal of elbow noodles with one solid can of Campbell's cream of mushroom soup stirred in. He paid for that. He went to the hospital, and that is what they told him was wrong. So never go on that mono-diet. And from that chair, he would watch this big TV far away at the other end of the room. It was furnished with a couple of dusty couches, a few cheap end tables, and a payphone. Sometimes a glowy orb made of plastic with colored lights inside would appear on the coffee table, a creation of V's. Mainly, it was idyllic there. We would sit in comfy places and listen to lectures about Pol Pot, or whoever they chose that day. There was this guy who had unruly hair, and he asked me to weave chopsticks into it, and it was very meditative. Students were from all over the globe. They were laughing because no one could really understand each other or the lecturers, who were also from all over. There was one student there who was different from the rest. Instead of falling into the good feels, he was breaking into the main house at night and reading old and new student files. Some had lost their minds in third world huts overseas, overcome with malaria, madness. There was one student in our class who thought they were an alien from space. He invited me to go with him one night. I didn't want to, but it seemed more fun than watching V watch TV. His favorites. Prison flicks. Old, black and white prison flicks. I had no idea that there were so many, or that they were even a thing. I think I only saw Cool Hand Luke and Papillion, but these were more prison-like than those. It was weird that he got into those movies, late at night with his TV guide to search for them, but I was scared of old, dark, creepy mansions at night. I knew how unpleasant it would be, rummaging around that creaky place with its shadowy corridors, long, narrow halls. He had a couple of flashlights that were not super great, and we headed down to the old main house. We only stayed on the first floor. There were executive offices upstairs, but I got too scared on the third step up, so we went to the lower admin and records area where he had been before, but in no way had exhausted. Soon, the old metal filing cabinets were creaking open. I found a drawer that had been part of the original house. It was built in, probably for silver in the old dining room. It had manila folders, and I held the flashlight and began to go through them. It didn't take very long to find something so startling that I just gasped and begged for Jeff to come over. He saw it in an instant. This beginning to yellow newspaper clipping, but from some sort of private paper, like a journal of professionals type of paper. We couldn't see where it was from. There was a photograph as well. I think it went with the article. It was of several men walking in business suits and hats, older, almost from another era, but they could be from now. Conservative dress, and the heading was something about an experiment. They were going to take an axe murderer out of prison and put him into society without society knowing what he had done. It was part of their reform theory. His base? Where did they put him? Yeah, at the Institute. Who was it? You guessed it, V. I felt sick. I was only 18. A new freshman in a new state in an already surreal environment, but this? I was shaking. We got out of there not before looking down into the basement and switching on a light to a high-backed psycho-style wheelchair, and even that could not rattle us the way that we were rattled. We walked for miles to an all-night diner. We were too creeped out to even be on campus. The walk was so long that we had to laugh. I think the sun was beginning to rise by the time that we ordered food and listened to Sugar Sugar on the little jukeboxes. I later moved to Upper Campus, an old military installation with a dome put on top by a nudist doctor who lived there, in a glass dome of plants up on the roof. And then, I was gone, traveling, not to be back there for years. But I did go to visit the campus. I'd been living in New York and it was hot. Summer came with no spring, and I grabbed a friend and we hopped a train to that rather magical place. When I came to see Old Dawn House, it was painted a modest white, and as we appeared, so did a couple from inside. School was on break, but they stayed as parents of the house. I told them that I lived there when it was orange and black. The woman opened her mouth wide, and then they both began to talk at once. V. Oh, the scandal. V had gotten grants for free camera equipment and video equipment when he came. He was to flourish in his hobbies. But there was nothing wholesome about his media grab worth around 30,000 or more. He had set up the house as his own Peeping Tom film studio, with small holes that no one ever noticed, especially in the bedrooms and the bath. It's so chilling now to think of those afternoons when I thought I saw something and would turn and there would be nothing there but the tree. But I know now that he was spying. The secret experiment murderer sprung from prison by reform theorists after chopping someone to bits with an axe had made me, us, or whoever was in Dawn House, his experiment. This happened to me back in early 2018. My wife and I were cleaning up our home, and we were considering moving to downsize, which meant that we had a lot of stuff we wanted to get rid of. Instead of paying to have someone haul it away, we thought we should try to have a yard sale, make a little extra money. When moving, any extra money helps, especially when you have a kid on the way. So, we started organizing stuff, setting up a few tables and containers, marked prices, all of the basic duties of running a sale. The items that we were selling were pretty standard. I had a lot of tools that I was getting rid of, old clothing from both of us, and even some small home appliances and decor. Saturday was our first day, and while it started a little slow, it picked up quite a bit around noon. We had some people driving up, people that were walking with dogs or kids, people that we recognized from the neighborhood, etc. My wife had just walked inside to grab some things, so I was left outside to tend to the cash box and customers. While sitting at the chair by the garage, I saw a guy looking over my tools. I had a few people ask me about them already, so I was prepared to be asked some more of the same questions. However, I noticed the guy picked up one of the kits and was looking all over it. He flipped over to the back. Granted, there was a label back there, so I thought maybe he was just looking for a list of the items in it, and then opened it, moving all of the pieces around inside. Then I saw him look up and around like he was trying to find someone or something. We made eye contact, and while holding the kit up, he asked if it was mine. Kind of a weird question, since I was sitting by the cash box. But I was polite and said that it was, and then asked if he had any questions about it. He nodded and asked me if all the pieces were in it. When he brought it over, I was able to tell a little better that it was a socket wrench set. I looked it over really quick, and I was familiar with the set because it was one that I rarely had to use. It had sizes that I never really used, as it had a lot of bigger sockets in it, but there was one specifically that I used, and I ended up just tossing it in my big rolling toolbox so that I didn't have to dig it out of that set anymore. I told him a little about it. I mentioned that I had gotten it as a gift, but that I only used the one size, so the set was complete, except for that one. Otherwise, it was in great condition, obviously, and even the wrench that came with it was in there. I think I was selling it for like $5. It wasn't much. He mentioned that it was a pretty convenient set, and he looked pretty happy to have found it. I agreed with him, and he then said that he had a similar set, then asked what I normally used mine for. Again, I thought it was kind of an odd question, because I used them on whatever they were required for. I told him that I used them mainly on our cars or small projects around the house. Then he asked where I got it from and why I was getting rid of it. I remember this because I know that I mentioned as he brought it up to me that I had gotten it as a gift. So I just repeated myself, and then said that I rarely used the sizes in that kit because some of them were a bit large. This was when I noticed that, between his questions and his change in demeanor, our friendly conversation was starting to sound a bit more like an interrogation. He then asked me when I got the kit, why it wasn't a complete set, and even asked again where I had gotten it from. He was rephrasing that last question differently each time to make it seem like it was never asked before. But the way he was asking this seemed more like a parent trying to get a child to tell the truth. I backed up a bit to get him out of my face, and even asked him if everything was all right. He then said, "No, everything is not all right. I know that you stole this." I was taken aback by this. Where would he get the idea that I had stolen that set? So, at a loss for words, all I said was, "I'm sorry, what?" And he responded with, "Explain to me how I had a set just like this a few weeks ago. It ended up missing, and now I find you selling the exact same one with the exact same socket missing from it like mine." I was shocked. This random guy standing in front of me had the audacity to approach me at my yard sale and accuse me of stealing? Irritated at this point, I pointed out to him that it was a gift, and that I've had it for a few years now, and, in fact, I had never even seen this guy before, let alone know where he lived. He was adamant, though, that I couldn't give exact dates or something, so I must have stolen it. I laughed. I told him that he just needed to leave my property. But he had other intentions. As I turned around to toss the kid into my garage that caused this whole interaction, this psycho pulled out a handgun and shot right into my garage. I remember the sound was excruciating. It was way too close for me, and I had lost my hearing for a good minute because of it. Now, I was terrified. There were a few people at the sale, and I could hear the screaming and the sound of people dropping stuff and running. Part of me felt bad, but I knew this guy was after me, so I ran into my house, locking the door and yelling for my wife to call 911. While I did this, I quickly ran to the back to lock the door that connected the garage to my house, worried that he might try to come in. I cracked the door open and looked into the garage, and I didn't see him, so I pushed the button to close it, and then locked the door. Our garage doesn't have much in it, as we were using it to store some boxes against the back wall, and then there was the sales stuff, so he couldn't really hide behind or under anything either. I told my wife to go upstairs in the bedroom and to stay away from the windows. She was pregnant, and I was very worried about her and our child's safety. I kept checking the windows to see where this guy went, but I never saw him. I was beginning to think that this coward really ran off. The police finally arrived and knocked on my door, identifying themselves. They asked me what was going on, and they seemed to have some information already. That's when I finally caught on and asked if they talked to the other guy, and they confirmed. That guy was sitting in my driveway, and talked to the cops when they got there, as if he was the one that had called for them. He told them that I had stolen the damn set again and wanted me arrested. However, he left out the gun part, and when they asked about it, this guy completely denied all of it, saying that it never happened. Of course, I explained to them everything, and I even led them to the garage so they could find the bullet hole, which they did. He managed to shoot the back wall, and by some miracle, the bullet was still lodged into the wall. I was incredibly thankful that it didn't go through, and even more so that my wife wasn't in the kitchen at the time, which was on the other side of that wall. She was in the laundry room and ran upstairs when she heard the sound, thinking it was just something that fell. So, anyways, they had checked the guy and, of course, found his gun on him, so they detained him and had him by their car and had me come out and talk so that they could see the item that started this whole thing. I showed them the set and explained to them how it was a gift, so I didn't have proof of purchase, but I did pull the one out of my toolbox to prove it was the one from the set, because the brand logo was etched into the socket. They handed me the set back, smirking, and walked away asking me to wait there. They talked to the guy that was in the back of the car and then came back to me and asked if I wanted to press charges. You could bet your ass that I did, too. The dude couldn't even prove that he owned the same set, and to top it all off, he lived a few blocks over. He was just driving around and saw the sale sign and stopped by. Why would I rob a house a few blocks over from my place, steal one specific socket set, and then nothing else? Hell, if he was nicer, I may have even given him the set for free. Of course, he was ordered to pay for the damages, and we also got a restraining order, even though that part wasn't as important. We moved about 8 months later, but I'm quite hesitant in having another yard sale. I guess from here on out, I'll just donate my stuff. This story may be short, but it's something that has been stuck in my memory as my only ghost sighting, as I'm a very non-paranormal person, and have never put myself in a situation to be looking out for ghosts. The story took place when I was younger, around 8 to 10, so I would take it as a grain of salt, except it felt real. And I can't seem to explain it, neither then nor now. I was lying down on the bed, just chilling in the sun, when by the curtain I saw a face. Just a face. It was made out of shadows, though. For example, when objects make a shadow against the wall. However, this face was intricate. It had glasses and a mustache, and it seemed to be looking at me. Though I was young, I did think to look around my room as to what might have been making the shadow. Except, there were not many objects that I could see that would have been able to create such features to a face. And, from what I knew from my science lessons, I felt as if the sunlight could not let such shadows actually be made. My young brain was very confused, so I did the next best thing, which was to hide under my covers and forget about it until I fell asleep. It's been over a decade and I have no other paranormal experiences in my home. I presume that it could have just been my imagination, yet it felt so real. And I don't think my mind could imagine such a face, so it's hard to shake it off as just a coincidence. Hi, my name is Addie. English is not my first language, so please do bear with me. For introduction, this story happened in 2019. My sister and I were international students in Sydney, Australia. As we're on a tight budget, we rented a room for about 4 months. The house had 3 bedrooms. None of the rooms had locks. It had a shared toilet and shower. The first room was occupied by the brother of the owner of the house. Let's call him D. D was in his early 40s, about 5'11", brown skin, average body type. The second room was occupied by D's friend. Let's call him F. F was in his early 60s. He was probably 6'1", and also average body type. Then, lastly, our room, the third room. Me and my sister shared a room. It's not really a big deal since we're very close, and as I mentioned, we were on a tight budget. And we knew D as he was a friend's friend of my aunt. So, here's the story. I arrived home from work, rested for a bit, and then I go to shower. It was probably around 7-ish p.m., and since it was winter, it's pitch black outside. When you enter our shower on the right side, it has a big sliding glass window painted with white so no one can see inside, unless you open the window. Behind that window is our backyard, with table and chairs. So I went to shower and noticed that the window was slightly open, like just a little bit. I didn't give much attention as I'm thinking I can't be seen from the outside as it was a very small opening. So I finish my shower, and I just go to the kitchen to get some food. Then D comes in from the backyard with his dog. I say hi, then continue what I'm doing. A few months pass. Me and my sister were studying and working, so most of the time we're not home during the day and just using the room to sleep at night. One time my sister has her late afternoon shift, which was not her typical schedule, as she's always in early morning shifts. I left for work, and my sister is still sleeping covered with the blanket all over her body since it was winter. We have the same body type. We're both around 5 foot and petite, so sometimes you can't tell if there's someone under the blanket, or it might just be a pillow. My sister then woke up as she heard some noise happening in the room. She opens her eyes and saw some of our panties were scattered around on the floor. She thinks that I might be running late and just throwing everything on the floor, but she then saw my housemate F searching in our laundry basket, looking for something. Then she saw F sniffing our panties. She was horrified and scared as F is a big man. My sister then pretended that she didn't see anything and asked F if he was looking for a charger. F was so shocked to see that my sister was in our bed. F then said that yes, he was just looking for a charger. After a few minutes, F went back to our room and then asked my sister to not tell anyone about what happened earlier. My sister agreed as she was afraid that F might do something bad to her. She went to work and texted me about what happened. I was shocked and afraid, because I'm the one who usually gets home first. My sister then told D what happened. I didn't go inside the house without D coming home, and I was just waiting outside for him. We went inside without any conversation. He then installed a lock on our door that night. After that happened, My sister and I moved out around a week later. But before we moved out, I was folding all of our clothes and I remembered that I still have some clothes hanging outside in the backyard. It was pitch black, but when my eyes adjusted to the dark, I then went to get our clothes. My eyes moved to the shower window as I see a very small opening. To my shock, when you're outside, even that very small opening, you can see everything happening inside that shower. That is why D was usually outside in our dark backyard, because he could see everything inside the shower without us noticing him, since it was pitch dark outside. Since you and Spukaria have been telling me to submit these, I figured I would. I don't remember which direction these two go in, so I'm just going off which one I remember first. Story 1. So my grandma had a house filled with my grandpa's 10-ish cats. She slept in the basement bedroom with her cat Kiwi. Also, she made sure that no other cat would get in, so when I saw a cat's tail pass by the couch, I was shocked. Also, 2 things to remember. 1, Grandma wasn't in the room, and 2, the tail was an orange tail. Kiwi was a gray cat. At the time, the only orange cat was named after one of her kids. Also, I should mention that I tried to look for the cat after it passed the couch, and the cat wasn't there. When Grandma came into the room, I asked about the cat, the one named after her kid, which she then told me it had died. Story 2. So this one happened in my old apartment. I had just woken up and was seeing, or more accurately hearing, if my mom was up. But whilst I'm doing this, I see my mom run into my room, go over to my bedside table, and do something with my phone. I logically say hello, and as I say it, she slowly vanished. Story 3. So this was in the same bedroom as in Story 2. I was digging through my toy box and I found my old Hobbs, which is a stuffed tiger who looks like Hobbs from Calvin and Hobbes. He's deemed old due to being my first of those plushes, and when I pulled him out, I was scared. I have no clue why, but I knew that I didn't want it in my room. So he went into the dirty clothes. Not on top. When I was walking into my mom's room, I had this weird feeling, so I turned around to see him atop the clothes. Not where I had put him. It wasn't that crazy since I did find out my mom moved it, but that feeling was the scary part. Hi, Raven. My name is Brianna, and I happened to come across your channel one day, and now I'm hooked. You have some interesting stories, and I love your narration. And with that being said, I think it's time that I submitted a story to you. This should be under the paranormal category, as the story that I'm about to tell you happened under very weird circumstances. I am a mother of 3. I have 1 boy, aged 13, and 1 girl, aged 9. I did lose my twin daughter to SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. My daughter was a fraternal twin, meaning not identical. But anyways, after I lost my daughter, strange things started to happen. First, it was just grief, and then I started to have dreams. These dreams were terrifying, to say the least. I remember the first time it happened. My little girl was 9 months old, and her sister passed at 3 months old, so a couple of months after I had lost her, I would go to sleep and wake up in the middle of the night, and it always seemed to be 3 a.m. I couldn't move or breathe, but I could see and hear everything around me. It is the scariest thing I have ever been through, just not being able to breathe. I was stuck to my bed and I couldn't move a muscle to even try to get out of whatever thing or dream I was in. I started to fear sleep because, of course, I didn't want to go through that again. I did eventually sleep, and this one started off as a strange dream of me and my baby daughter, whom I lost, walking through the clouds. It was very calm and beautiful. I felt nothing but love and her energy. But then, out of nowhere, I felt a dark presence, and all of a sudden, I have both daughters and we're running away from it. Then, out of nowhere, I ran into a closet to hide my girls. I have no clue how I ended up there. I just remember in my dream that it was the only thing in the sky. This creature was evil. I could feel its intent, and it was not good. To give you an idea of what the creature looked like, it was just all black and menacing. It was this evil, dark figure that was trying to take my babies. Once I entered the random closet, I couldn't breathe. I woke up, and I was under another sleep paralysis episode. Once I was able to move and breathe again, it felt like my chest was going to explode. That, to this day, scares the crap out of me, because it was about my baby that I loved and lost. I sometimes wonder if I'm going through her last moments on Earth before she passed away. But the entity came back one more time, and it was angry. Maybe because I got away from it with my girls, I don't know, but I do remember that it wanted my kids. I remember I had a few months where I thought I had finally gotten away from whatever it was that was haunting me at night. I remember falling asleep, and at 3 a.m. I was woken to a strange smell and noise that I can't even begin to describe because it was so high-pitched. I was alone in my bed and I couldn't move or breathe, but I could hear, see, and smell. And it was scary. I felt it on the right side of my bed, and it wasn't even 3 feet tall. I felt on the ground near me, and it had this evil hatred towards me. I was so afraid. I tried to breathe, but I couldn't, and I thought I was going to die. I started to pray, and after what felt like an eternity, I was able to move and breathe, and the figure was gone. I searched online, and the only possible thing that I can come up with is sleep paralysis. I've had maybe 1 or 2 more over the past 9 years, but that figure is gone. I can now finally sleep good, but Raven, that is hands down the most terrifying paranormal event I have ever gone through. I feel like my baby is protecting me and her sister, and also her brother. And I believe that is why the entity has not come back since that faithful night. Sorry if this was long, but I thought it was well over the time that I told my story, and how I believe that there is something beyond death, and to know that I can feel her around me is just beautiful. I also have a glitch that I'll post soon, but I need to recover from reliving this event first. Let's just say that I believe as a child I was somehow glitched into another timeline, and leave it at that for now. And thank you, Raven. I love your channel, and congrats on the 20K. Well, thank you, Bree. I appreciate that. My Aunt Janie recounted this dream. A strange woman came to the door. The screen door wasn't latched, so my aunt quickly latched the screen door. The strange woman spoke not a word, but she wanted entry, so she pulled and pulled on the screen door until she gained entry. The strange woman came inside and took my grandmother by the hand outside into the darkness. Aunt Janie followed in an attempt to save my grandmother from this strange woman. The woman turned around and paralyzed Aunt Janie with her hideous and luminous eyes, then continued into the darkness with my grandmother. My grandmother was battling cancer, and no panacea or treatment was helping to extend my grandmother's life. And this dream was a foreshadowing of my grandmother's imminent death. This happened to me and two of my friends back when we were in high school. It was nearing the end of our school year, which meant not only were our last finals around the corner, but so was prom. We were seniors, and I unfortunately missed going to my junior year prom due to a family emergency, so I was not going to let anyone or anything stop me, or ruin my night. My friends Marissa, Heidi, and I all went and picked out dresses together, and not only coordinated colors with our dates, but with each other. We all met up at my place to get ready, and then our dates met us at a local park to take pictures and hang out shortly before the dance started. While we were there, Heidi pulled out her purse and showed us that her mom had bought her a few shooters. In case anyone doesn't know what that is, it's those mini bottles of liquor. She was supposed to keep them at home. Her mom let her drink occasionally, but only when she was at home and within her sight. She passed one out to all of us and quickly took the shots and got rid of the evidence. Afterwards, we were headed to the school. The prom itself was a blast, with your normal teenage fun times. We danced, took pictures, made my ex mad, all stupid fun. It was probably close to the end of the dance, so I think it was just a combination of people being worn out and teenage angst that some people started getting a bit more rowdy. Some girls started shouting at Marissa, so we all joined in to try to get her to leave with us so we didn't get into any trouble. Thankfully, she went pretty easily when Heidi bribed her with more shots. And she said that we could all go back to her place and have some more to drink and just hang out, so that was our plan. The three of us girls piled into my car, and the guys said that they would meet us there in their car, after they went home to change. We left the school probably feeling a bit too invincible. Again, we were stupid teenagers doing some pretty stupid stuff. Physically, I felt fine, though. I know I shouldn't have, and I don't condone our actions that night, but we'd only had the one shot before the dance and nothing since, so I wasn't even buzzed. We all got in the car with me driving, Marissa in the passenger seat, and Heidi in the back. We expected a nice ride as close friends celebrating our high school years. But that wouldn't be the case. I stopped at a four-way intersection at the same time as a car that was coming from the opposite direction. I flashed my lights at them so that they could go, but they continued to sit there. After flashing my lights again and no movement, I decided to go ahead and turn left. They didn't have a turn signal on, so I assumed that they were going to go straight, which is why I was trying to let them go first. After I turned, I then noticed that the car had turned behind me, too. I was more focused on my friends and driving, however, so I made a sort of a mental note and continued talking and singing. It didn't last long, though, as I noticed the car was following pretty closely, so I pointed it out to my friends. Marissa, being the aggressive type, told me to tap on the brakes to get them to back off. And normally I would, but for some reason I kept telling myself that I shouldn't. Now, it was pretty dark at this point, so I couldn't make out much of the car other than the front of it looked dark. Like maybe black or dark blue or even gray, maybe. We quickly learned why they may have been tailgating me when the lights kicked on. Again, between it being dark and not really paying much attention, I didn't notice that there were lights on top of the car. In a slight panic, I pulled over and told the girls to just keep quiet. I turned off the music and immediately went to reach for my purse that was in the back passenger side. I had already rolled down my window by the time the cop approached my side of the car and immediately shined his bright flashlight right into my front seat. I turned quickly to look at them and greet them, but they then put the flashlight right in my face. I squinted and put my hands up, as a bit of a force of habit when there's something bright in your face. But the cop immediately got aggressive and yelled at me to put my hands down. It startled me, but I did as he said and tried to apologize and mentioned the light. He then pointed it towards the back at Heidi and then kind of laughed, claiming that he was just messing with us. I looked over at Marissa really quick and saw the WTF look on her face, and quickly looked back at the cop. He asked if we were leaving the ball and laughed again, and I told him that we were actually headed home from our prom. At this point, he was still shining his flashlight around in my car, so I couldn't quite see his face. I could see a slight outline, and I could see his teeth, so I could at least tell that he was smiling. He made some kind of back-in-my-day comment. I don't remember it exactly, but then laughed again. We all just sat there awkwardly, and I really wanted to ask him why he pulled us over, but I didn't have it in me. And since he seemed to be in a good mood, maybe he would just forget, or let us go. I wasn't speeding. I used my signal when I turned, and none of us were, hanging out the windows or screaming either. As he cleared his throat, he leaned down to have his head closer to my window and asked, "Have you ladies been drinking?" Okay, now, I know how some people may respond to this, but I was an 18-year-old girl at the time. I was underage, and we definitely had something to drink. It was literally one shot, each of us, and it was several hours earlier, so I felt fine, but between the nights so far, being pulled over, the adrenaline, and anxiety was high, I was beginning to freak out. However, my response was immediately, "No." He leaned in closer, and his voice became a bit more stern, and he said, "Now don't you lie to me. I'm not stupid. I could smell the alcohol in this car." I began having an internal meltdown, worried that I was going to go to jail and that my parents would find out, but I immediately started pleading. I fessed up. I told him that I had just had one shooter and that it was earlier that night, and that we were going straight home so there wouldn't be any more, and I kept apologizing. Marissa tried telling me to shut up, but once I started, I couldn't turn it off. After a few minutes of my pathetic pleas, the cop stopped me and told me that, while he appreciated me telling the truth, he was going to have to arrest all of us and have the car towed. Heidi then began begging with me to let us go with a ticket, and Marissa was more seeming to argue with us. Then, he did that ear-piercing whistle, making us all stop and look back at him. He then leaned down, putting his arms on my window, and said, "I would hate to ruin your girls' nights, so maybe we can work something out." I was expecting him to just give me a ticket, which still would have sucked, but at least I was much more willing to tell my parents about that. However, he had something else in mind. He mentioned an empty building with a pretty empty area. It was where an old mall had closed, and he asked us if we would follow him there and just have some fun for a bit. Forget the ticket or going to jail. I was even more terrified at this point. Was this cop really suggesting what I thought he was suggesting? I was frozen at this point, not knowing how to react. What would happen if I told him no? Would he then arrest me? But, of course, Marissa, being her normal aggressive self, took over. She leaned down pretty far to look at this guy and pretty much challenged him and started going off. Some of the berating from her included, "You know we're minors, right? We just told you we were coming from prom. I'm recording this, so why don't you explain in detail what exactly you were wanting us to do? Why did you even pull us over? Don't you have to give us a breath test before you can do anything? Ash, don't get out of the car. Don't do anything unless he makes you take a test. You know, what's your name anyways? I want your name and badge number." The cop got pretty quiet at that point, and then tried laughing again and said that we were pretty smart girls. He tried to play it off about testing us or something, and then said that we were free to go, but to just be careful and to go straight home. He never told us his name nor his badge number. We waited for him to get back into his car, and when he didn't drive off, I decided to go. Part of me was worried that he might follow, but I just wanted to get home at this point. The guys obviously beat us to Heidi's, and we told them what happened. They thought that it was really suspicious too, but other than them, we never told anyone about this interaction. I myself was too worried my parents would be mad at me or something. So, fast forward a few months after we graduated. There was something on the news about someone impersonating a cop, and when they pulled over women, they would make suggestive comments and threaten them with erroneous charges unless they agreed to his demands. One lady dared to challenge him, much like Marissa did, but he actually grabbed her by the arm, leaving marks, and tried to open her door. They said that she was able to drive away, and she immediately went to a police station to report it. But when she explained everything, the officer she talked to wasn't convinced that it was a real officer. Then, they started getting more reports, and they all lined up. Someone also was able to see the vehicle, and it was all dark with no markings. Like, it was an unmarked cop car. But the problem is that the state that I live in, those are prohibited, which led them to believe even more that it wasn't real. Unfortunately, he must have realized that they were on to him, because the reports stopped and they never caught the guy. I told Marissa and Heidi about this, and Marissa was confident that it was the same guy. The scheme, the location, it all matched with what we experienced. So, I'm also pretty confident it was the same person. The situation alone freaked me out, but when I saw that, I was even more terrified that this was real. This happened to many women, but then I wondered how many more it happened to that didn't report it. And even worse, how many poor women fell for it and followed through. I'm an adult now and much smarter, so when I do have an interaction with someone of law enforcement, I make sure to note as many details as possible, and to get their name. You just never can be too careful, no matter who the person may appear to be. When I was younger, I was anemic and would often faint. This lasted about roughly 4 years. The funny thing is that every time I would faint, a yellow haze would tint my vision as I would try to tell a friend that I was about to faint. But it would always sound like, "I'm about to and I would drop. I never felt hitting the floor or ground. I would just wake up and be in a whole new situation with a different group of friends having a good time. Yet, after a few minutes, I would ask, wait, how did I get here? And immediately my friends would give me an odd look and I would wake up from my fainting spell really confused. This has happened to me every single time I have fainted. Every single time. As the years progressed, my fainting spells stopped. I've asked other people what happens to them when they faint, and all of them just respond with, oh, just darkness. I just want to find someone else that may have experienced the same thing, or knows of someone who has, because I can't be the only odd duck. Hey everyone, I've never really used Reddit before. Normally I just read, but a friend suggested that I write this here, so we'll see how it goes. This happened a few weeks ago, and I've not been able to sleep well since. It plays over in my mind. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. For a bit of a backstory, I suffer from night terrors. I have done so for about 6 years, since my youngest was born. I think it's night terrors. It's like my eyes are open and I'm aware of my surroundings, but I see things that aren't there. Or at least that's what I always thought. Someone has said that this might be sleep paralysis, but I've never been aware that I can't move, if that makes sense. I thought that you couldn't move with sleep paralysis. Maybe one of you will know. I don't know what causes it, and I don't really know how to control it, but I have somewhat gotten used to it. It happens a few times per week. I should probably speak to a sleep specialist about it. Normally, it's a tall man standing behind my door. He doesn't do anything. He just stands there silently and watches. When I come around properly, it's my dressing gowns or coats hanging on the back of the door, causing the shape of a tall man. Every time my heart beats out of my chest for a few seconds, but mostly I can roll over and go back to sleep. Anyways, on this night, I was asleep/awake. I don't really know how to describe the state. My bedroom door swung open, and a child walked into my room. Not unusual. I have 2, 8 female and 6 male. It was dark, being the middle of the night, so I just saw the little figure. I watched the child walk around my bed. I sleep on the side closest to the door, to the foot of the opposite side of my king-sized bed, like they were going to climb in on the other side. I said, "Hey, are you okay?" They didn't reply. Without me feeling them climbing on the bed, a hand grabbed my foot, maybe 5 feet away from where they were previously standing. I have terribly ticklish feet, and I accidentally kicked out when they did it, and kicked the quote-unquote child that I didn't feel climbing into my bed. My heart sank, and I rolled over to turn on the lamp, saying, "Oh my gosh, sorry. And when I turned back, there was no child. I jumped out of bed, thinking I knocked them off the bed or something and just didn't hear it. No child. I checked the kids' room, and sure enough, there they both are, safe and sound in their beds and fast asleep. I know it sounds mad, but I am physically shaking typing this. I, to this day, do not know what happened, and I've thought about it every night when I go to bed. I, female, 26, had recently moved into a duplex by myself, away from a messy house situation with my 4 male housemates. It was an oasis of rugs, plants, and an acceptable level of tidiness. One night, around 9 or 10 p.m., I was watching TV and probably smoking because I was bad for that then, when I heard a knock at the door. I opened it, I know, and there was a really scruffy-looking guy, maybe early 30s, just standing on my porch. He seemed drunk or high and mumbled something at me about coming inside. Unprepared for this kind of interaction, I dumbly said the words to the effect of, "You're not coming in. I don't know you." Though he didn't seem to understand. He gave really off vibes, and then mumbled something about meeting someone at a bar and having drinks with her. I thought maybe he meant to knock on my neighbor's door, a maybe 40-year-old sweet but pretty rough lady that I had met a few times. I pointed out her door and, to my relief, was right. And he left. I locked and chained my door and pulled my blinds right down as my living room was fully visible from the porch. That should have been the end of it. But I had a really uneasy feeling from then on, like I was a sitting duck. I will mention that I was a people pleaser and was too busy worrying about hurting his feelings to immediately slam the door in his face like I should have, and these days I would have. Fast forward 6 hours in the dead of the night. I still had my living room lights on, which would have been partially visible from the edges of my blinds. I was still up because stoner, and I think I had just walked into the bedroom when I heard it. The softest, quietest, don't wake the neighbors knocking on my door. My gut fell out of my butt, and I was rooted to the spot, looking unbelievably at my door as he gently knocked 30, maybe 40 times continuously. It was ages before I was able to move, to think, or do anything. I called my boyfriend and told him in a frantic whisper what was happening, and I think he told me to say that I've called the cops and to leave right now. I did so, in a pathetic, shaking voice, and then heard silence. Too scared to move closer, I stood frozen half in my bedroom, half in my living room for an eternity, until I believed he was gone. The next morning, my boyfriend visited and dragged me over to my neighbor. She told us that he was a really weird guy that she had invited over and then regretted, later kicking him out. She didn't go into details, but she was very concerned about his coming back to my door. My boyfriend made her text him and share all of the awful things that would personally happen to him if he ever knocked on my door again. Which, thankfully, he never did. Hello, Raven. It's Lily again. I don't think I will need much explaining, but I will add a little bit of backstory at the beginning. My mom is a realtor. My stepdad and her bought an office downtown in a town in Ohio. I'm not going to be specific what town, though. That office was getting a little small, so the two of them bought one close to the old one that was once two houses, but the houses were put together. I can get to and from the office from my house, and upstairs in our office, we have family friends living in apartments. One of the two who has witnessed the ghost or ghosts told me this. I will call her B for the sake of the story. B used to have a camera in the upstairs hallway where the 3 apartments in the building is. It's since been taken down. She had the camera because of a weird woman, that I'll call M, who used to live in one of the other apartments who has since moved out, which will be mentioned later. Then there's the other friend. I'll call them D for this story. Now, for the story. B had showed me some video footage from that camera in the hallway to show me some ghost activity. When it played through, there was a ghost orb that passed by the camera, and there was a lot of whispering. B also had told me that she had heard both men and women whispering in this office/apartments. The bigger story that she told me is that the main ghost sometimes screams and slams doors. There was one time that it even brought D out of his apartment with a gun, thinking that someone had broken in. It normally does this at night. I haven't been there enough to have those happen to me, but I have definitely felt a presence around. B had told me that the ghost uses the voice of a man, but has the presence of a very mad woman, which is similar to what I felt, as I sometimes feel a bit alarmed, which I feel around people who are mad. B had also told me that it had teased her cat named Miko. It had also touched her thigh and said meow when she was at the front door of her apartment. She's also said that it must have left with M, because she said she got nothing from a Ouija board and there hasn't been any activity in a while. It also must have left at least a little bit of its energy here, if it hasn't left with M, because I still feel a bit alarmed sometimes. Anyways, that's my ghost story, and I hope that you and the other listeners enjoy my story. For context, I am now a 45-year-old man living in a Baltimore suburb. I was 19 or 20 when this happened. I just got off work at Sears Auto Center. I was tired and covered in grease and all of that good stuff that comes from working on cars all day. As I left the parking lot, I noticed a big older model Ford Bronco tailgating me, and as I pulled up to the stoplight, I changed lanes to get this guy off my back end. I felt the eyes of these guys gazing at me. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared. I didn't want to look at them. They started screaming at me and I still wouldn't look. But finally I was forced to look once they threw a beer bottle at my car. I looked over and the passenger yelled at me, "You cut us off, and now we're gonna kill you," followed by a slur that I'm not going to repeat. I immediately said, no, dude, I didn't cut you off. Stop throwing stuff at my car." The light turned green and I thought they were gonna follow me for sure. I was right. Now, this was in 1998, way before cell phones, so I couldn't call for help. These guys were as close to me as possible without hitting my bumper. It was about 10 p.m. on a Tuesday night, so there was hardly any traffic on the road. I was terrified. I did, however, have my softball gear in the car, and I pulled my aluminum bat close to me in case I needed it. These guys seriously wanted to hurt me, and I didn't want them to follow me to my house, so I desperately tried to lose them. Their truck was huge and I couldn't outrun them in my '89 Sundance. I wanted to drive to the police station hoping these guys would just figure out what I was doing and get lost quickly. However, I did have an ounce of weed on me, so I couldn't risk getting arrested again for weed. I decided the only thing I could do was call their bluff. If they wanted it, they were gonna get it. I could hear them screaming and throwing stuff at my car for what seemed to be forever, but it was probably more like 7 minutes. They kept calling me the slur. I guess that was their go-to insult. Now, I'm not a huge guy, but I'm not scrawny either. I clutched my bat tight to my body as I drove, thinking about the best place to stop and just get this over with. I pulled into a small cemetery that backs to some woods. The small road does a loop around the cemetery, one way in and one way out. They kept screaming, "We're gonna get you, slur," and laughing uncontrollably. However, the laughing stopped when I slowed down and came to a stop. Once I put my car in park, I heard the guy in the passenger seat say, "What the hell?" I knew it then that these were just scared little guys. I opened my car and jumped out aggressively. The driver then said, "Oh, screw this." Since I was blocking the small single-lane road, the only way out for them was to navigate in reverse in this really big truck. They had to reverse slowly so as to not hit anything. I walked them down as they reversed out. I said, "Where are you guys going? I thought you were going to kill me." The passenger all of a sudden said with a shaky voice, "We thought that you were someone else. Sorry." I then took my bat and smashed one of the headlights of the truck. They were both screaming in terror, and I'm not sad to say that it gave me a rush. They finally made it out, and it was over. The next day I had to work again. It was about 11 a.m., and I got the work order for a headlight repair on a Ford Bronco. Yep, it's a small world. This event changed my life and how I live it. I've never backed down from anyone, and this moment molded me. First, thank you, Raven, for all of your content. I binge episodes while working my corporate job. Well, I would like to say thank you, Samantha, for sending me the story, and for the kind words. I've been enamored with the paranormal since a very young age. I wanted to be a paranormal investigator when I was a young child, but I went the corporate route instead. The story begins in 2008. My father's younger sister at the time, 39, passed away. Through the years of her young life, she had lived what they call fast and very hard. She was mixed up with drugs and alcohol, among other things. Because of the abuse to her body, she developed some illnesses. She knew that she would not live to be an old woman. She had 2 young daughters, who she asked my parents to take in if and when anything ever happened to her. This was a constant thought for her, and she would call my dad often to remind him about the girls. There had been a few scares where she would be put in the hospital, but she always made it out. That was until 2008, when she succumbed to her illnesses and addiction. I would get into the details of the death, but it's just an entire other story that could be told. Fast forward to a few months later, the girls lived with my family and things were starting to become normal. One day, my mom, my sister, 4 at the time, and I were watching TV. The way the living room was set up, the chair I was on was in front of the couch. The couch is where my mom and my sister were sitting. I was casually watching whatever program it was when I heard someone say my name. I replied to my mom with, "What?" and she said that she didn't say anything. I was so confused because I was sure that I heard my name. I shrugged it off. A few minutes later, my sister says, "Auntie says that she loves and misses her babies, and to tell them that she says hi." My mom and I were stunned. How could she possibly know any of that? How could she think of that on her own? She wasn't even in school yet at the time. And then it hit me. I had heard my name called first. Could it have been possible that my aunt was trying to reach me first, but when she couldn't get through to me, went to my younger sister? That is my belief. So after that, things were calm again. When one day I got a new digital camera, a friend decided to come over and we had some wine and decided to try out the camera. We posed in silly fashion with the wine bottle, wine glasses, and so on. We steadily added our photos to MySpace at the time. The next day, I discovered that the camera was faulty and didn't work correctly. So I returned it along with the memory card that held the photos. A few days later, while browsing MySpace and adoring the new photos that my friend uploaded of us, I noticed something. In one frame, you can see me and him in the picture, and the TV was off. The next frame, it's us again, but the TV appears on. The next frame, the TV is off again. In the image where the TV appeared on, I looked a little closer, and in the TV, there, clear as day, was the image of my late aunt. My aunt was in the TV. The TV was not on, but that one photo, she is there in it. We showed everyone we knew. It was super emotional, and everyone agreed that it was definitely her. It was the strangest thing. Even more odd, a few months after that, those photos were mysteriously deleted off of my friend's MySpace page before I could download them. And I had returned the memory card that contained the originals, so it's lost in cyberspace now. The strangest thing about that day that we didn't realize was that those photos were taken on what would have been my aunt's 40th birthday. I took a spontaneous road trip to Arizona for a week several years ago with a homeless stranger. Let me preface this statement with, I only wanted to help him get something to eat because he was looking through the trash outside the local library for food. I should have just given him his requested meal, large French fry and a large chocolate shake from McDonald's. I was originally going to get him a Subway, but he didn't want to eat that. Anyway, he was super scrawny and was wearing a Jamaican-looking beanie, but he was as white as could be. For some odd reason, I was inclined to see where he lived, because he made it sound like maybe he wasn't homeless. I drove him to where he laid his head, which was an empty dirt field next to some trailer homes with a fence. I don't know what happened, but he kept telling me these stories about how something bad was going to happen in California. I really just thought that it sounded delusional, but I went along with him anyway. I ended up burning my battery out that night, but I think it was drained supernaturally, somehow. I say this because a giant chunk of dirt or rock flew out of nowhere and hit my car. Pat, which was his name, asked if I had a dead brother, which I did. He told me that he was evil and that he had caused that. I was so confused. He then proceeded to tell me that my parents wanted to murder me and that they weren't my real parents. I don't know why, but I knew this wasn't the case, even though I hated my parents' craziness at times. I can't explain why, but he convinced me to leave to Arizona from California, which I did. I really don't know why. I told him I wanted to get some things in my check first, but he wouldn't let me. This guy seemed to possess some sort of mind control over me, as if my good judgment was overridden by paranoia. And I wasn't under the influence of anything. I never drove that long without stopping in my life. I didn't call my parents to tell them where I was leaving to, and they ended up putting out basically an APB on me. It was like I was an adult being kidnapped without force, but under duress due to mind control. In the week I was gone, I fasted the entire time, except for some fruits and a protein bar that I found in the trash, and I slept in my car. It was probably Tempe, Arizona, but for whatever reason he was trying to get to Phoenix. There was a school there, a school of culinary arts / cordon bleu. On the night that I was found in my vehicle by the police, I was parked next to what appeared to be an abandoned train station, next to a railway. The scary part about this was that it was also next to a vehicle bridge, running almost parallel to the train tracks, upping the creepy factor. The kicker, and an ominous sign for alarm, was that there was actually a train running. And I remember that on one of the cars there was an Illuminati pyramid with an all-seeing eye graffitied. As soon as the police arrived, there was a female officer that spoke to me as the male arrested the man in the passenger side. I told her that I felt that I was under mind control and that I didn't know this guy. But he swore that I was his girlfriend. Apparently, he had a warrant for possession of meth. Once he was accosted, they told me to go to the Albertsons just down the street to throw away all of his nasty items in the dumpster. He had dirty blankets crammed in my trunk, as well as one of those New Testament Bibles. A part of me was still in shock over the whole situation, and nervous to think of what may have happened to me. I left out a major detail that creeped me out so much, and that's the fact that this guy kept talking to someone that I couldn't see, as if he were on an invisible Bluetooth. The weird thing is, the person he was talking to was named Heather, which is my name. He was actually yelling at her and demanding for help. It was very confusing, and I don't know if this guy was fully human. Maybe he was some kind of alien hybrid. I don't know. Either way, I was happy to be safe, and I never set foot in that library again. Hey Raven, I listen to your stories all day while I'm at work, between customers. I'm a cashier at Lowe's, and this happened to me yesterday. I live in Florida and I work in the outside lawn and garden portion of Lowe's, so I have to wear layers that I take off as the day warms up. Well, yesterday, as I was taking off the warm outer layer of pants that I had on over my regular pants, I felt and heard someone blow on my lower back. I turned around very quickly thinking one of my coworkers had snuck up behind me and were messing with me, but no one was there. I was completely alone. Needless to say, it freaked me out, and I can't stop thinking about it. I'm at work again today wondering what that was, and I really don't want to be alone out here anymore. It was just so creepy. Brown hair and brown eyes. My sister Kathy, who everybody calls Kat, is a year younger than I am with long blonde hair and blue eyes. Anyway, Halloween time a few years ago, I was watching television late at night when I heard a knock on my bedroom door. It was my sister, Kat, who had wanted to come into my room and talk to me about something important. I told her the door was open and that she could come inside. When she did, I noticed that she had a worried look on her pretty face. She told me to turn off the TV because she wanted to talk to me in private with my bedroom door closed. I agreed to this as I quickly turned off my TV and joined her on my bed. I sat next to my sister and she began to talk. She told me that she went to a diner for burgers and fries with her girlfriend Jody. Afterwards, the girls grabbed flashlights from Jody's car and wanted to check the cemetery out, since there was a full moon and the place was very spooky at night. Kat continued that further off, in the cemetery, in the deep woods, there was a coffin just sitting there. The girls were curious, so Kat decided to open the coffin door up to see if it was empty or not. But when she did, her friend tried not to scream on what they saw inside. Kat said that it looked like Nosferatu, or Count Orlok the vampire that Max Schreck played in the 1922 silent movie classic, Nosferatu. Kat told me what I already knew, that the vampire was very ugly with a bald head, long sharp teeth, and long claws. Its eyes were closed, and arms were crossed around its stomach. She said that she immediately closed the door as she and her friend Jody exited the cemetery. It was near closing time anyways, and the girls knew that they shouldn't be in there any longer. So the two girls got back in Jody's car and headed home. Kat said that she had to tell me this fantastic story that nobody would believe. It was hard to believe. I told her that she probably saw a very old man inside the coffin, and that it wasn't Count Orlok. I mentioned that if it was really Nosferatu, then all of humankind may be wiped out. My sister then looked at me with her worried face and just looked down and nodded as I hugged her. I then told her that she should go to bed since it was a school night, and just dismiss this Nosferatu stuff. She nodded, I kissed her on the forehead and said goodnight. A few days later, Kat came into my bedroom once more and told me that that day, she and her friend Jody were walking to the store, and they saw a very thin man wearing a black overcoat and a big black fedora hat on his head. The man was very pale, and the girls instantly recognized him as Nosferatu the vampire. It was particularly frightening because it was daylight out, and typically vampires just come out at night to suck people's or animals' blood. Kat went on to say that the girls were really scared now. So, that night, they went back to the cemetery. This time Kat wore her gold cross around her neck, and Jody had a stake and a hammer to kill the vampire, if he was still inside the coffin. But, she said when they approached where the coffin used to be, it was not there anymore. There was just a big old-fashioned truck with 10 or more coffins in the back, and the driver starting the truck was ready to leave. My sister and her friend Jody tried to tell the driver what one of the coffins in the back probably contained, but the truck driver just laughed it off and ordered the two girls out of the cemetery before he went and got the guards to escort them out forcefully. My sister and her pal had no choice but to leave the cemetery, mad that they didn't have a chance to kill the vampire if he was still in there. I thought that this story was far-fetched, and I told my sister so. I told her what I thought, that it was probably just an old man. She mistook him for Count Orlok. But I also know that my sister loves me, and she would never lie to me. And it did have me thinking about what she and her friend did see. Could it possibly have been the Prince of Darkness? Whatever my sister and my friend saw, hopefully it does not come back to haunt them, or us, or we'll all be in trouble. If what she said was actually real. Before I tell this story, I want to preface it with the fact that this is not a typical scary story where something freaky or crazy happens. Rather, it's more of a cautionary tale, and the scary part is what could have happened had things gone differently. When I was 5, my family and I moved from a suburban neighborhood to a little farmette. There were still houses around, and our neighbors were in pretty close proximity. However, we had enough land for horses, chickens, goats, etc. When we first moved in, I remember my parents getting acquainted with our neighbors, who were around their age, late 20s, early 30s. Let's call them Mr. and Ms. Nelson. They would come over a lot, and I even remember Mr. Nelson putting up a tire swing for me and my sisters. Mr. Nelson seemed like the coolest adult in the world. He would swing us really high on the swing, toss us up in the air, take us for rides on his four-wheeler. He would always joke around with us too, and we thought he was the coolest guy. At our new house, we had a big field which was a hill, and down the hill was a creek. A small lot, and then there was a fence separating our house with Mr. Nelson's. Me and my sisters would play down there a lot, and Mr. Nelson actually made us a little fort made out of old wood. He also made us a treehouse in the woods by our house, and even dug a swimming hole for us in the creek. Overall, he seemed like a great guy, and my sisters and I loved being around him, but looking back, I have a few memories that made me believe that his intentions may not have been pure. First, when my parents started getting to know our neighbors. I specifically remember my mom telling me to be careful around Mr. Nelson and to not sit on his lap. I thought this was super weird because I didn't understand why that would be a big deal. I was a kid. That's just what you did with some adults. To me, I thought my mom was saying this so that we didn't think that Mr. Nelson was our dad. Weird thought process, but I was a kid. Another memory is that Mr. Nelson would say stuff to us like, "One of these days, I'm gonna pick you guys up in the middle of the night and take you to Sonic's." He said that a lot, actually. Like, multiple times. He would also tell us that he was going to buy us a phone, give us $100, just things like that. We would excitedly tell our parents this, but they just said that he was pulling our leg. Another time, Mr. Nelson came by and took us on a ride in his Jeep. I think that we drove around the block and weren't gone for very long, but when we got back, my mom freaked out. He took us without asking my parents, and I don't even think she knew where we went. I don't remember it all, but I just remember my mom getting really upset and being very confused. I didn't know what she was so worried about. It's all kind of fuzzy, but looking back, I remember my mom never liking Mr. Nelson. I never knew why, because he was so nice. I honestly thought that she was just jealous because maybe she thought that we liked him more than we liked her. Anyways, after that, we saw less and less of him, and my parents' friendship with them kind of fizzled out. Him and my dad stayed friends, but he wasn't around us much. The last incident that I remember is one that I've always looked back on and wondered, what could have happened? My sister and I were swimming in the swimming hole, which was in direct view of his house. When he saw us out there, I think we called him over to the fence to talk. He then said that he was going to go get his swimming trunks on to come swim with us. We waited a few moments, and he came walking out the door, shirtless, and when my mom rang the dinner bell. That always meant that we had to come inside. So we called to him saying that we had to go and that we could maybe swim another time, and then ran home. I always remember that because I was sad that we didn't get to swim with him. As you're reading this, alarm bells are likely going off in your head. Mine never did. Until recently when I started thinking about all of these things. I started feeling weird about it. I want to stress the fact that Mr. Nelson was around a lot, and the vast majority of my memories with him are ones where my parents were not around. I started to ask myself, what was a grown man doing hanging out with 5- and 7-year-old girls all the time? Why did he always do such nice things for us? Why was he going swimming with 2 little girls alone? And why did my mom not trust him? Why would he tell us he was going to pick us up in the middle of the night to go somewhere? I mulled over all of these things for several months, and talked to my sister about it, who also thought it was weird, but didn't have any information to offer. I think that we just decided to not think too deep into it, and give him the benefit of the doubt. But I still kept thinking about it and how weird it was. Finally, I recently talked to my mom about it. I said, "Hey, I've been thinking about this a lot, but do you remember when you told me not to sit on Mr. Nelson's lap and that we should be careful about him?" Immediately after saying this, she got this disgusted look on her face. She said that she got weird vibes from him from the start, and didn't like the way that he acted around us. She said that he seemed creepy, thought that he didn't have pure intentions, and that he always came sniffing around. I guess he would come to the house when no one was home, and stuff like that. She told me that he was even a little inappropriate with her at one point. I guess she had called him about doing a potential project at the house. He was in construction, and I guess they talked about that. The second time that she called, he answered the phone in a sensual way. She didn't go into detail, but she implied that it was in a way that you would answer someone that you're trying to start something with. Gross. Basically, she didn't trust him around us, and she felt very wary about us spending time with him. After she shared that with me, I told her about all of the stuff that he said to us, about picking us up in the middle of the night, and the swimming situation. She said she doesn't remember us telling her that, but that if she did, she would have freaked out. Basically, the conversation I had with her confirmed my suspicions about his character. I think it's safe to say he was probably grooming us and working up to potentially doing something harmful. It makes me sick to think about all the time we spent alone with him, far out of view of our parents. I also wonder if he intentionally dug a deeper hole into the creek so that we would spend more time there. There were many times when my sister and I would go out there in our bathing suits just to swim in the hole. He most likely was able to see us from inside his house. I know that this is kind of anticlimactic, but I hope that it serves as a warning to parents or anyone out there. This man was married, has a job, had kids now, and regularly went to church. On the surface, he seemed very normal and kind, but I think he secretly was a creep who wanted to prey on younger girls. I was lucky to have had nothing happen to me, but many are not as fortunate. If you take anything from this experience, go with your gut, and be careful who you let into your life. Oftentimes, predators don't lurk around in dark corners wearing trench coats. They could be your friends, neighbors, coworkers, family members, etc. I honestly hope that maybe this is all just a misinterpretation, and that he really was just a friendly neighbor, but something tells me to not hold my breath. Back when I was fresh out of high school, I used to be a pizza delivery driver for a certain pizza place that is open really late. Like, way later than it needs to be. I admit that delivering pizzas at like 1 in the morning is a genius way to get business from drunks and stoners, but I also have to say that the pay sucked, and I was never more tired than the 9 months that I worked at that place. This experience was a few months back, but thinking about it and how it could have gone, it seriously makes me feel like I want to get sick. I won't. I'll push through getting the story written out, but it really does cause a bit of panic in me. It was a pretty typical Friday night. I was nearing the end of my shift and was actually on my last delivery from a triple that was thrown on me by my jerk of a manager who knew that I was about to leave. This being my last delivery, it was the furthest out of the 3. And it was definitely in a more spread out and remote part of our town. I don't live in a big city, but it's fairly concentrated with houses that circle the epicenter, and then there are the neighborhoods that are spread out in every direction. This delivery was in one of those out on the edge neighborhoods. I pulled up to the house after circling the neighborhood a couple of times trying to find the numbers, which, tangent, if you order pizza delivery, please turn on your lights so that we can see your house numbers. Anyways, I circled a couple of times, found the house, and grabbed the pizza to walk it up to the front door. The house looked decent. It wasn't run down or anything. It was just really dark. Like maybe the occupant was in bed, or not home. Which, yes, did make me feel a bit uneasy about this delivery, though it wouldn't have been the first time that I had taken a delivery to a drunk person that had passed out after putting it in. I knocked a few times, but no answer. I pulled out my cell phone, and I called the number on the order, but it was disconnected. At this point, I assumed that the delivery was either a prank or the aforementioned drunk person. I sent my boss a text message saying, knocked, no answer, phone disconnected, heading back, and walked back to my car. I tossed the pizza bag into the back seat on the passenger side and started to walk to the other side of my car to get in, when I started hearing footsteps come up from the side. My dumb self thought that maybe it was the customer coming out to say, "Hey, sorry, I fell asleep, can I get my pizza?" But of course it wasn't. No. Instead it was a man wearing a pink hoodie, dark jogging pants, and walking straight towards me with a gun pointed in my direction. I put my hands up and immediately braced for him to rob me, but after a moment, he finally spoke up and said, "Keys, now." I nodded, reached into my pocket, and handed the guy my keys. And after a few moments of my heart racing and my face being drenched in sweat, he motions towards the car and says, "Get in the passenger's seat." At first I was thinking I was about to die, and then I was thinking that I could try to run as I got around the car, but again, where was I going to go? I was in the middle of a mostly empty cul-de-sac. Nowhere to go but open fields, and he could easily put a round in my back if I ran. At this point, I realized I had no choice but to follow what he wanted me to do. I quickly complied with his demands, and I got in the passenger seat of the car, thinking that this was seriously going to be my final few moments. He got in the driver's seat, started the car, and started driving down the side roads. I just sat there helplessly, silently staring at the streetlights as we passed them, thinking about what I could say to plead for my life. My hands were seriously shaking and my mind was racing as it occurred to me that this man, he wasn't wearing a mask, which meant that he didn't care if I saw his face. To me, this meant that he didn't plan to leave anyone to identify him, so I was definitely going to die. As we drove in silence, The carjacker seemed to become more and more agitated, glancing around nervously, muttering things to himself and staring at the clock in the road randomly back and forth. It felt like several hours were passing, though it was honestly only a few minutes. I actually started thinking about whether anyone would notice that I wasn't back after a while. I assumed that my manager would notice after a while since I had cash that belonged to the store and had texted him, but that was about it. A lot of strange things go through your mind when you're in this kind of situation, because really the only thing that I could think about was how I was going to get fired if I got killed. Again, not logical, but it was all I could think about. After another few moments, the carjacker pulled over to the side of the road and started breathing really fast. I didn't look at him. I didn't turn my head. I just shut my eyes, thinking, well, this is where he cracks. After a few moments, he screams, "This wasn't what I effing planned!" and then punches the steering wheel. I jumped, and I couldn't help but look in his direction, and he was seriously crying. Like, sobbing. His eyes were filled with a strange mix of anger, desperation, and regret. And he turned to me and just said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we had to meet under these circumstances." His voice cracked as he said this, and he just shook his head like he was seriously upset. A couple more seconds pass of this awkward silence, and then he turns, reaches behind me, grabs the pizza bag, and exits the car, walking off into the woods on the side of the road. For a moment, I was too stunned to move. But as the feeling in my arms and feet slowly started to come back, I realized that the danger had passed. I hopped over to the driver's seat and sped away, eager to get the hell away from that man and this place. The entire time I was driving, my lip was quivering, my teeth were chattering, and I was shaking, thinking that it wasn't actually over. That someone else or something was going to jump out at me and attack me. Obviously nothing did, and I was able to make it back to the store. I got into the safety of the building and I broke down. I was bawling my eyes out, trying to explain that I was carjacked by this man, trying to explain everything that I had just gone through. Thankfully, my coworkers were able to get me settled down, but then after a few moments, my manager asked me why I hadn't called him or called the police. Honestly, at no point did it occur to me while I was driving away from the situation to grab my phone and call anyone. Stupid, I know, but panic makes it hard to think clearly. They did call the police, and they took my statement, but I couldn't tell them the exact location that he had gotten out of my car, only where he had actually carjacked me. I doubt that he was ever caught, because all I could tell them was what he was wearing and a vague direction of where he could have gone. I'm thankful that he didn't decide that I was a threat to him, or that he needed to do worse than he had, and I honestly think about that night a lot. The fact that I got out unharmed, that he apologized and then stole the pizza. What kind of situation does one have to be in to do that? I don't work there anymore, as mentioned, and I don't do anything related to driving my car or working with the public. I work in a warehouse now, and I love it. Because there's literally no opportunity for anything like this to ever happen again while I'm at work. I have always been an avid gardener, or at least I think that's the word for it. I'm not one that actually does things like fruits or vegetables, but I've always had a green thumb when it comes to flowers and bushes, and such. I've always found joy and peace in cultivating plants and spending time outside during the early days of spring. When I lived in the apartment complex that I lived at, My mother was actually a property manager for the location, and I worked with them to create a flower bed for the main office. I used my own money and took 2 weeks to actually get everything built and planted. And in the end, the landscaping could only be described as award-winning. Yes, I'm talking myself up, but also it was that damn good. When I bought my first home, I couldn't wait to personalize my front yard and create this beautiful and welcoming atmosphere for everyone who passed by. My house was quite small. I was the only one living there, and it was perfect for me. The yard was big and open, and there was a huge spot open on both sides of the porch that I knew I could make look really good. Little did I know that my green thumb dream would lead to a nightmarish encounter with a neighbor that I can only describe as an absolute nutcase. I will say that the day that I moved in, I had encountered a few neighbors that were great, and one neighbor that was a bit off. The first encounter I had with that neighbor, I was moving my boxes and furniture into my house, my brother helping, and it was around noon, and we were dutifully moving stuff in. She came over to the yard and just stood there watching us. After a few moments, I waved and went to introduce myself, and instead of shaking my hand, she asked if we were almost done, because we were making too much noise. At this point, I knew for a fact that she was going to be just another Karen that I'd seen on the internet. This may not seem important, but it helps to demonstrate who this neighbor was. Back to the house and the gardening, I decided that I wanted to plant some bushes in front of the windows on both sides of the porch, like I mentioned. I decided that they could add charm and character. After a bit of thinking on it, I opted to plant a beautiful mix of azaleas and hydrangeas, opting to mix the warm colors of the azaleas and the cools and white tones from the hydrangeas. These bushes were, in my opinion, eye-catching, and they would look gorgeous as they bloomed. Of course, what I thought would be gorgeous were a blight to my local Karen. One weekend, I had spent most of the morning planting the bushes and had gotten through about half of them, when Karen walked over to my yard and again just stood there staring at me. I noticed her, looked back and waved, and then went right back to it, assuming that not engaging would be enough to get rid of her. Of course, it wasn't, though. She walked right up into my yard and asked, "Why are you planting those hideous bushes?" I paused, looking at these cute little unassuming plants, thinking, how are they hideous? I mentioned that I liked them and that when they were grown and bloomed, they would have a ton of really pretty colors. She told me that they were ugly, and I asked her why she would judge them before she saw what they looked like when they were fully grown. She stared at me angrily for a few silent seconds and then said, "You need to get rid of them." I laughed. Like, literally laughed at this suggestion. I asked her if she knew how much money I had spent on these bushes, sarcastically of course, and then went immediately back to pushing dirt around the bush. She scoffed at me, and then said, "If you don't get rid of them, I'll get rid of them for you." I stopped, stood up, and looked her face to face. At this point, I was pretty upset, and I was done dealing with this woman. I looked her square in the eyes and said, "You know what? I'd like to see you try. Now, get off of my property before I call the police and have you trespassed. And I really don't want to do that my first week living here." Apparently, this was the worst thing that I could have said to her because try and, well, succeed, she did. It was about a week after the incident with the Karen in the front yard, and would have been within the first 3 weeks of me living in the house. I was lying in bed completely passed out when I was tugged out of my slumber slightly by a beeping noise. I instinctively reached over to smack my alarm clock, but after hitting it probably a dozen times, I noticed that the beeping was not stopping. It was then that I realized it wasn't my alarm clock that was waking me up. It was my upstairs smoke alarm. As this clicked, The smell of burning wood crept its way into my nose, and it all came together. Panic set in as I stumbled out of bed, fumbling with my phone to call 911. Disoriented, confused, and slightly choking on the smoke, I ran out the back door just in time to see that the smoke was on the front of the house. I ran through the gate of the front yard, and sure enough, the front of my house was burning. As I was explaining this to the 911 operator that my house was on fire, I glanced over across the street, and who should I see but Karen, sitting on her front porch and sipping on a cup of coffee while smiling and waving at me. My heart dropped when the realization hit me. She had deliberately set my house on fire, all because of a few bushes. Thankfully, the fire department arrived in time to put the fire out, and the damage wasn't as extensive as it could have been. But my sense of security was gone, replaced by this deep-rooted fear that someone so close to my home could harbor such malice over something as simple as not liking the bushes that I was planting. As I was standing there talking to the firefighters about the whole thing, I was approached by another neighbor, specifically the neighbor that lived directly next to me. He asked me if I was okay, and I told him that I was, and then explained that the damage wasn't too bad. And he followed that up with, "I called the police to come out already, but I wanted to show you something." I was a bit confused at first, but why he approached me became very clear very quickly. He showed me his phone, and mentioned that he had a security camera that faced out the front window, and that it actually picked everything up. Right there, on his screen, I could clearly see Karen walking across the road with a gas can towards my house. You couldn't see her actually pouring the gas or starting the fire, but you could see her approach, and then could see the fire start lighting up the street, and see her running back towards her house and standing there watching it burn. The look on her face was horrifying, even in the slightly pixelated footage. You could tell that she was laughing, and see that she was actually clapping and jumping up and down as she celebrated her victory. She then ran back to her house, and came back out a few moments later with her coffee and just sat there, watching her handiwork. Thankfully, the footage was pretty clear, and she was wearing the same clothes as she was sitting on the porch. The cops arrived and asked a few questions, and we showed them the footage. The whole situation was pretty straightforward. She'd committed arson. When the police went over to talk to her about things, she tried to claim that she had been home all morning and that she had never left. And when she was questioned about why she smelled like gasoline, she literally told them that she liked the smell and that that wasn't a crime. They arrested her for what she had done, determining that there was enough evidence to actually take her in for arson. The repairs were costly and took a while, and I had to move back in with my mom for a bit until it was all done. I couldn't live in a house that was partially charred like that. Obviously, my bushes were lost to the flames, as they were the main target, but I took solace in knowing that Karen wasn't going to be a threat to myself or anyone else. When I was able to move back into the house, I did install a Ring camera, and I actually went ahead and planted new bushes in the same spots. And now, when they bloom, I'm reminded of that image of seeing Karen cuffed and shoved into the back of a police car. So, this was a few years back, and I was walking home from a friend's house after hanging at her place after school. It was around 9:30 p.m. in the summer, so the sun had, for the most part, set. It was relatively dark, but still bright enough where I could make out the things around me. I was stoned and was walking very slowly down the road to my house, which was only about a 20-minute walk away from my friends. The majority of my walk was spent on a straight, quiet suburban street that was very familiar to me, as I had done this walk plenty of times before. After maybe 5 minutes of walking, I noticed the first and only car to drive past. It was an old, beat-up white Honda, which I didn't take much notice to, until another few minutes passed and it drove by again. Still, I wasn't concerned and continued about my walk, admiring the cracks in the pavement, or doing whatever else a stoned 14-year-old does on a walk. Another minute passes, and this car drives by again. This time, more slowly, and I feel my stomach drop. I couldn't make out who was inside, but I knew that something was off. I've always been very timid, so I tried to convince myself that it was just paranoia and that I was being dramatic. Until it drives past again, about 2 minutes later, and then parks maybe 10 feet in front of me. As I approached the car, I kept my head down, but I hear a, "Hey there." And sure enough, I look up, and there was a rough-looking man who you could tell just from appearance alone that smelt like stale cigarettes and potty odor, sitting in the driver's seat smiling at me. The lack of teeth and dirty shirt that this man had on gave me a horrible vibe, so I just gave a little smile back and continued walking. I look up and notice that he's driving alongside me and asks if I had directions to the closest gas station. I stopped and pointed in the general direction and told him where to go, and that it was less than a 5-minute drive. When, out of nowhere, he just started to laugh. I guess I just kind of stared in confusion and fear as he squinted his eyes at me, like he was trying to get a better look at my face. Then he said, "I'll take a guess, but I think I can tell from those eyes. You've been smoking, little miss." I kinda just laughed and tried to walk away when he said, "Hey, come back." So I stopped in my tracks. Why I didn't just keep walking is beyond me, but I turned around and he pulls out a rather large bag of weed and asks if I want it. I tell him I'm okay and that I don't have any money, and he said something along the lines of, "I don't need your money. Take it." I reassure him I'm fine, and that I don't need it. And I just try to continue walking, but nonetheless, he continues driving alongside me. He then asked me if I needed a ride, and tells me it's too dark to be walking home alone, which really frightened me. He continued trying to coerce me into his car, and I became more and more unsettled. I began to look for the closest house with the light on, and after finding one, I tell him, "This is my house. Good night," and then walk up some stranger's driveway and walk straight into their home. There was a middle-aged couple sitting in the living room, and they looked extremely shocked and equally angry, and I just started to sob out of shock and relief and apologize profusely. I explained to them what just happened, and the very kind lady assured me that I did the right thing, and then gave me a ride home. Looking back, I probably should have knocked, but I was scared, under the influence, and still a child. And the homeowners were very understanding. This is still one of the scariest things that has happened to me, but I'm so glad that I trusted my gut and got away from the man whose intentions seemed anything but pure. I still consider myself lucky that I even got away. Edit. Thank you for all the positive responses. I'm guessing some of you were wondering whether or not the police were called. They were. They took a statement from me, but because I hadn't remembered the plate number and didn't know what model or year the car was, nothing really came of it. The police were super unhelpful, and while taking my statement, the officer was super unprofessional and was almost yelling at me, telling me that I needed to speak up, which made me cry. Keep in mind that that was the day after, so I was still very shaken up by the whole ordeal, and I've always had a very quiet, shy nature to me, like I mentioned before. But there was an alert posted on the local school's website, and the story did circulate around the community Facebook page, telling people to keep an eye out, and to make sure their children were accompanied while playing outside. I'm glad that my story helped potentially keep other children in my community safe, but it was disheartening that they never caught the guy. I used to live in the upper part of Michigan. Although I've since moved away, I have had a lot of terrifying experiences in my time living there. Most of these occurred at our old two-story house, but a couple occurred outside of that creepy, freaking place. For the sake of not having this be a confusing mess, I'll be going in chronological order. Back when my mom turned 18, she ended up buying our old house. Her parents, my grandparents, told her not to invest in it mainly because it was old and was falling apart. Being a rebellious teen, she chose not to and bought it anyways. She had several creepy paranormal experiences there, some of which are probably BS. So, take this first one and any other story about what my mother has experienced with a grain of salt, as it comes from the mouth of, well, let's just say a psycho. When she first moved in, lights would routinely flicker off. This would be normal if not for the fact that the light switch was the thing turning off the lights. Whenever they went out, you just had to flip the light switch back on to the on position. One day she'd had enough of this. She was laying in her bed reading when it happened again. The lights turned off on her. In response to this, she sat up and loudly spoke to whoever or whatever was there with her. "Please just stop messing with the lights. It's freaking me out." According to her, the lights stopped sucking after that. We had an old piano in our living room, and yeah, you can probably already see where this is going. It's predictable, but I swear to God that it happened. I was just chilling in the living room home alone when all of a sudden I hear a loud bang on the piano keys. Like, all of them going off at once. Now, you could say maybe one of our two small dogs jumped on it, but if you did say that, well, you're wrong. The lid to the piano was closed. It wasn't even scary, just startling. It did happen a few more times over the years, but I never paid attention to it after that. I've shared this story in the comments section of one of your videos, but I figure there's no harm in including it here. When I was like 8, I was home alone and about to go to bed. As I was turning off the TV, I heard this loud, and when I say loud, I mean it sounded like it happened right next to my ear, maniacal cackle. This laugh sounded evil. I don't know how else to describe it. It didn't sound like a neighbor loudly laughing about something. I felt like I was in danger. Instead of running for the hills, I bravely and stupidly looked through the peephole and saw nothing. Then I kind of slowly tiptoed to my room and barely slept. This would be creepy enough on its own, but I invited a friend over when I was 13. We were staying in an upstairs bedroom. To the left of the bedroom was a central hallway with a bunk bed in the corner. I was leaving the room to go grab something. I don't remember what, when my friend calls out for me to come back. I do, re-entering the room and asking him what he needed. He then went on to describe the same evil laugh that I heard all those years ago. I told him that I'd heard the same thing a few years ago, and that it was harmless. He got over it. The end. And this is the last story that I have. It's not really paranormal, but it's something that has stuck with me for my whole life and still terrifies me. What was this horrifying thing? A dream. Or rather a nightmare. Yeah, I know. I can hear you rolling your eyes, but I have to this day never had a dream like this again. This dream was separated into 3. Not like it happened over the course of a few days, but more like 3 dreams all wrapped into one. The first 2 I have no memory of, because the third one heavily overshadowed them. In the dream, I was following the perspective of a 9-year-old girl. It felt like a movie. I saw this dream play out from several different perspectives. These perspectives acted more like camera angles in a movie. So, anyways, this girl is running through the woods, calling out to her parents or just anyone that can hear her. I first see from her eyes as she frantically sprints through the trees, watching her stumble and fall. Then get to her knees and her arms are scraped up, but she gets up and keeps on full sprinting. After a few minutes, the ground suddenly gives way out from beneath her feet. She falls into this very large room with dirt walls. It was completely empty. My perspective switches, and I'm now watching her from the side as she walks around this dark room, still calling out to anyone that might hear her. Then, my perspective switches again, looking towards one of the dirt walls as a small humanoid creature burrows out from it. If I were to describe it, think of like the monster from season 1 of Stranger Things, but shorter. It had a lot of the same features as that monster, but this dream happened many years before that show was even announced. My perspective begins switching very rapidly, between this thing screeching at the girl and this, I don't know how to describe it, almost low guttural but also high-pitched wailing sound, and then it lunges like 20 feet across the room and onto her. From there, I won't go into details. Not because I don't remember, but because I don't feel like writing gore content about a 9-year-old girl. To keep it simple, I watched that thing open its face up like a flower and eat all of her skin. I think you'll understand why this dream has stuck with me. I was 10 at the most when I had it, and I still think about it to this day. This happened back whenever I was 16 years old, home alone on a typical summer weekday. My parents had left for work hours ago, and my siblings were all out at their friends' houses, leaving me the master of my domain. I was enjoying the silence, really. It wasn't common that I would be home alone without my younger brother and sister there, and the house being completely empty was a bit of a novel experience for me. I was sprawled out on the couch, just mindlessly watching Mari, or whatever else was playing. You know, the mid-morning, brain-dead dramatic BS that played on over-the-air television. As I was lying there, I started hearing something. It was like a faint murmur that was mostly masked by the chatter of the television. It was like a quiet conversation was happening in another room or something. I shrugged it off, thinking that it was possible background noise in the show, or maybe a neighbor was having an argument or something and it was just barely audible from my location. As I was sitting there, ignoring the background sounds and absorbing the paternity test results on the TV, I started to hear what sounded like a slight knocking. It was soft, but absolutely distinct. It sounded like someone was tapping their fingers against the hot water heater down in the basement in a slow but intentional rhythm. I stood up and went over to the steps to see if maybe my brother actually hadn't left, but when I shouted his name down the stairs, there was no response. And then the tapping stopped. I thought about going down to check, but again just assumed it was something to do with the pipes, and that my timing was just impeccable. About an hour later, I decided that I wanted to go ahead and make myself something for lunch. So I got up to walk over to the kitchen, and I opened the cabinet. The moment I opened the cabinet, though, I heard what was pretty clearly someone walking on the hardwood floor. I shut the cabinet and looked behind me to see if there was anyone there, but, of course, there was nothing. The house was as empty as it had been the whole morning, and I was starting to think that I was losing my mind. I went back to making my sandwich, got all the stuff from the fridge, and went to put it together, when I heard more footsteps. I turned and looked everywhere, again thinking that there had to be someone else there. I ran upstairs to check my parents' rooms, as well as the other rooms up there to see if there was anyone else home. Nothing. No one. And that's where things went from, oh, that's kind of creepy, to hell no. And it did so pretty damned fast. When I came back down from checking the bedrooms, the door to the basement was open. I don't mean like slightly cracked, I mean like wide open. Like in Paranormal Activity when the one wife went psycho and they found the door open before finding her all messed up in the basement. Yeah, that kind of open. Of course, this was around the time of the first movie coming out, so my mind did kind of sway to demonic hauntings. But I was also a dumb kid and was definitely curious. And because I was so curious, I decided to go downstairs and see if there was someone down there. What I was going to do if there was actually somebody down there, I don't know, but I was determined to do something. As soon as my foot hit the bottom step, I felt it. The air was colder, the ambience creepier. I swear that the lights even flickered so as to make me really lose myself. I told myself that I was just being silly and that there was nothing there. Then, the laundry room door, where the hot water heater was, slowly creaked open, like I visibly watched it open on its own. And of course it made that old house creak noise. At that point, I was ready to run back up the stairs regardless. But this intention was made an absolute reality when I heard what sounded like a slight giggling sound coming from the laundry room. I turned to go, and as soon as I did, the TV that we had down there, an old TV that was basically relegated to just collecting dust because none of us ever used it, clicked on. It was just static, obviously, but it turning on was more than enough for me to run up the stairs, out the front door, and down the street before I realized that I hadn't even grabbed my shoes, nor my keys. At this point, I felt, to put it lightly, incredibly silly. I was standing outside the house, barefoot, no way of getting back in since the door was now locked, and several hours out from my parents getting home. I just decided to walk over to a friend's house and ask them if I could hang out, and I called my mom to tell her that I locked myself out. So, I was going to be there for the rest of the day. That's pretty much the long short of it. I got incredibly freaked out by terrifying noises and weird things that happened, and then ran out of the house and got to spend the afternoon at my friend's house. When I got home, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The house looked fine, minus the sandwich just sitting on the counter half-constructed, which my mom did get on to me for. I told her that I had gone outside to check the mail and that I accidentally locked myself out. Mostly because she would have told me that I was just imagining things if I told her about the TV and the noises. Oddly enough, this was the start and end of it. It wasn't the last time I was home alone during that summer, but I never heard any noises or anything like that again. I did avoid the basement like the plague after this, though, and even now, when I go to visit my parents, I will not go down there. Here for a good chunk of my life, and I enjoyed it. I loved children, and I always loved being able to teach them something new, and I hoped I could do at least one thing to spark something in them to challenge themselves, ask questions, and follow their passions. I would like to believe that I made an impression on quite a few, but I know that I wasn't everyone's favorite, and that's okay too. Of course, even though I looked for the best in all of the kids that walked into my classroom, it wasn't always easy. I did have some challenging ones, but I still showed them as much patience as the next student. My story is about one of those kids. I'll refer to him as John. John was a pretty troubled boy, if it wasn't obvious just from his home life. He had been held back a year, so while he watched his friends graduate, he was still sitting in school. I knew he just had his dad around, not sure what happened with Mom. I don't want to say his dad wasn't good, but maybe more so that he just wasn't around much. There were times that he had been called to the office or had to leave due to fighting, and he would have to wait for someone else to come get him because his dad was always busy. John's words, not mine. I was used to seeing John in the halls and other classes more, but due to the changes in the curriculum and his free study hour, I now had him in my classroom twice. His demeanor was like some of the other kids. He would lose focus during the lecture or do something else. He would try talking to others or even try to be disruptive, but I didn't humor it. He was treated the same as the other students. I might tell the class to keep quiet or something similar, or I may even involve him in the discussion. I never did it in a way to try and call him out specifically to embarrass or punish him, but if someone else asked a question, I may tie it into a previous discussion and ask someone else their opinion or take, including him. His answers started as just an I don't know or agreed with the previous person, and then he started giving some wise Alec answers. To those, I would keep going with it. I was an English and a debate major, and I could clap back, if you will. The class found it amusing, and, quite frankly, I could tell if I was getting to him. Whether it was a bad thing or a good thing, I'll probably never know. Over time, I felt like I was really breaking down some barriers with him, but he still had his bad days, such as everyone else. I think we pretty much had some unspoken rules between us and even my classroom that everyone was aware of, which helped in cementing the idea that they were responsible for their own actions, work, and time management. I bring this up because there were a few occasions where John was having a bad day and was obviously in a bad mood because of something that happened. I've told them that they're allowed to have bad days, but my classroom was to be used as a safe room. Do not start or plan fights in my room, don't take it out on me or other classmates, and to respect the property of the room, i.e., don't punch my bookshelves, kick other people's backpacks, etc. In fact, it may sound silly for some high school students, but I had a small desk that sat next to mine in the back of the room so that no one could look at you as a safe place. I had books, exercise sheets to help you keep calm, coloring sheets and blank paper, tissues, all kinds of things for the kids. They were allowed to go over there any time they needed their own space. There was even a sign they could use indicating that they wanted to be left alone or wanted someone to talk to. I had a lot of kids, even ones that didn't have me as a teacher, that used that desk. I wanted a place that they could go that wasn't just wandering the hall or skipping class and getting into trouble. To my surprise, John had just had an argument with another teacher. It was just words, and as he made his way to my classroom, his fists were clenched. I watched as he walked in the classroom, and he paced like he was about to throw a punch. However, he took a deep breath and actually went and sat at the desk with his arms crossed, tapping his foot. He had the Do Not Disturb sign up, but hey, I thought this was an incredible improvement. He stayed like that for most of the hour, other than writing something, but he then took the paper with him. Anyways, this was how he started behaving in my classroom. I found him paying more attention, participating in discussion, and when he wanted to be left alone, he sat at the desk. He even greeted me and would say goodbye for the day. But there was one day that was entirely different. I saw him while he was at lunch, where he looked angry and, again, got into a shouting match with another student. They were pretty close to each other's faces, and I feared that a fight was about to start. Now, I'm a pretty small woman, so there's no way that I was going to be able to stop anyone, but I did approach and try to de-escalate. Another male teacher noticed and he stepped in as well, which broke the two up. I didn't see John again until his class with me. He walked in, very angry, and immediately went to the back desk and sat there tapping the table. We continued with class as normal, but at some point during the lecture, John abruptly stood up, causing the chair to make that loud screech, and stormed out of the room. I got a bad feeling, so I excused myself and tried to follow him out of the room. I saw him heading towards the front of the building and call out for him, but he didn't even turn around. I went back to my room and called the security desk to let them know, and they told me that they would walk around for him. I finished that class and the rest of the day, actually, with no information on where he went, and no one else had seen him either. It wasn't until the next day that I got some information. The day started as normal, but my class with John wouldn't be until after lunch. I didn't see him anywhere in the halls, and no one else that I knew that he associated with had seen him either. Then, right before lunch, I received a call on my desk phone during class. When I answered, it was the security officer asking me if I was okay. I kind of laughed because obviously I was, and I asked why. He told me that he would explain soon, but then advised me to lock my classroom and to not let the students leave either, even if the bell rang, until he arrived. A bit concerned and curious, I agreed and hung up the phone. It was about midway through the hour, so the students were just working at their desks at this point, and I was left thinking about this call at my own desk. I had a horrible gut feeling that this had something to do with John. The security officer made it to my room and said the kids would be free to go to their next classes at that point. He then asked to speak to me since it was my lunch hour, and I agreed. He told me that they had found someone walking around the back of the school, but they were wearing a hoodie so they couldn't see their face. When they went to stop him, he had tried to run but didn't get very far, as they had already called for the police. It was John. They brought him into the principal's office, called his dad, and were questioning him why he was there and not in class. The more alarming part was that they found an airsoft gun in his backpack, as well as a knife and a folded-up piece of paper in his pocket. The paper had a list of names on it. My name was on that list, but it was the only one with a question mark next to it, and then was crossed out. They were worried that something had happened, causing my name to be marked off, which is why they called me first. Everyone else on that list, including the teacher, were people that he did not get along with in some way. I was shocked and heartbroken. He obviously struggled with some inner demons, and I honestly felt that because I challenged him, or maybe stood up to him, I was added to that list. But I think he realized that I didn't challenge him in the way that he normally expected. I challenged him because I saw through the bullying, or maybe I'm completely wrong in that thought, but something changed his mind. I never learned what that could be, as he was expelled for the rest of the year. I fought to at least be able to let him finish the year as he was almost done, but the school board wouldn't allow it. They didn't inform us teachers of this prior, but they said that it was because he had been kicked out of previous schools for similar outbursts, but not like what we experienced. I never heard about John or what happened to him after that, but I also never saw or heard anything in the news, so I guess that's important. All I know is that I'm now a very strong advocate for mental health. I was before, but this whole event with John really made me see that there are people out there suffering through things that are hard for others to imagine. If you know someone that is struggling, please reach out to them. It could honestly save a life. I live on a main road in a kind of sketchy area. Not completely unsafe, but an area that I've posted about before on here because of some of the creepy stuff that has happened to me. But this one is the creepiest. I had gone out around 6 for food. It recently snowed and my city sucks at sidewalk plowing, so it's an Arctic exhibition for a few days walking through the deep snow and ice. As I trudged through, I passed a man who lives in my neighborhood, and he can act strange. He walks oddly and can be pretty creepy at times. He passed me one way, I pass him the other, and we go separate ways. After I got my food, walking back, I thought that I saw him coming my way, I quietly, but out loud, said, "Oh man, not him." But then that slowly faded away as this person walked off the path towards the church on the street. The church has a big LED sign, which you could hide behind. As I got closer, I realized it was a younger man about my age, with a gray hoodie and beige cargo pants. He was acting strange. He walked like a Disney cartoon character, and his face had a big smile with eyes shifting at 1,000,000 kilometers per hour. Then I saw as he looked at me approach, and quickly pulled his hood over his head and stepped beside the sign, obstructing my view of him. I don't know if he saw me see him, but I realized what might be going down. I just stopped on the path. From the snow, it would have been too much to turn around and head back. My boots were getting sucked into the slushy, snowy path. I waited for a few moments, and he must have realized then that I knew because he came back out from the sign and went up to the church window. The church is also a community center, and there's a room facing the street that kind of looks like a dance room with a large mirror. He took off his hood, and he started to fake dance around in front of the window. He kept looking back as if his little distraction would have been enough to end my interest in a what the hell is happening situation, but it didn't. It disturbed me more. When he realized that, we made a sort of shuffle around each other. His smile disappeared and he kept trying to inch his way towards me, but he got bogged down in that same slush that I had stopped in. After I got further away, I just watched as he put his hood up again and walked away normally, now towards the restaurant and mall that I had come from. This area gets stranger and stranger every day. I genuinely have no clue why I haven't said anything about this yet, considering so much weird stuff happens in my life. But this was probably one of the creepiest encounters I've ever had, and I feel lucky that I walked away. One summer night a few years ago, I was out for a drive with a friend. We decided to make a little late-night stop at a nearby waterfall for a smoke session, since it was always super dead and really peaceful in the evenings. This specific time, I didn't make it anywhere near the waterfall. As we were getting out of the car, I, 19, female at the time, really had to pee. Now, I used to go to this waterfall very often, and I know the area like the back of my hand, even in the dark. So I went and found a spot where it was too dark for me to see more than maybe 2 feet in front of me, and tried to stay as close to the forest exit as possible without being seen by a semi-busy road. The entire time I was up there, I absolutely know that I was being watched. Very closely. I ended up getting out of there as fast as freaking possible, jumping in the car and locking the doors. That entire time, I could feel someone's eyes digging into me like daggers. I was genuinely ready to be grabbed. What confirmed that I was definitely being watched happened when I got back to the car. I saw a kid run across the street, directly up to where I was. He came from nowhere, literal cliff on one side, hence the waterfall, and I could genuinely only describe him as the little boy from the Jungle Book, clothing and all. I get majorly weird vibes every time I go there now that I never, ever got before. It still has a weird feeling in the day. I genuinely don't even know how this happened so quickly. That kid would have had to have scaled a large cliff and moved at a super, super high speed. I'm going with the most logical explanation in my city, which is people living in the woods with possible ulterior motives. But at this point, I'm not ruling anything out. This was by far the weirdest and creepiest encounter I have had in a long time, that I recall, and it has honestly just kind of stuck with me. I hate going to this waterfall now, which absolutely sucks, because it's so close to my house, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I don't know, I just got the weirdest vibes. And also, just before anyone says anything, I know how stupid this was. But I was 19, and I'm stubborn as all Christ, so nothing would have talked me out of peeing in a place where I need a flashlight. Safe to say, I've never been back up to that part of the park since. Some context. When I was in my early teens, I believe I was followed by the spirit of a young girl. I believe she inhabited one of my porcelain dolls that my grandmother had given me. Often I would see her in dreams or feel her presence. I can't explain it, but I feel like she might have been the ghost in this story. My parents used to live in a big 3-story house that had an old built-in intercom. There were speakers in every room of the house, minus the bathrooms, and even though it was old, we still liked playing around with it every now and then. You would have to have the speaker turned on and turn the volume all the way up, usually, to even hear anything clearly. You also had to physically push a button to speak into it. Once in a while, the intercom would come on by itself and play something on the radio. I found this spooky, but my mom brushed it off as the past owner having set an alarm via the intercom so that the radio would come on at certain times. We didn't know how to reprogram it, hard as my stepdad tried, and my parents were tired of often getting woken up at 3 a.m. by the radio randomly coming on through the intercom in their room. So, we decided to just not use it anymore, and we turned all the intercoms off, with the volume all the way down just as an extra measure. One night I was chatting online with my friends on the computer, and I hadn't noticed the time was around 3 a.m. Suddenly, the intercom came on in my room at full blast. It was horribly loud static coming through. I jumped up to shut it off, but as I reached for the volume dial, I saw that it was already at 0 and off. I didn't know how to make the noise stop. Then, through the static, I faintly heard what sounded like someone breathing and then the voice of a little girl. She said, "When will you come to your senses?" And then, just as fast as it had come on, the intercom shut off. Silence. I was frozen with fear. Being a teen, I jumped back on the computer to tell my friend what had just happened, and they said, "Get out of that house." I had to go tell my parents. The hallway was pitch black, and I had to go all the way down a big staircase in the dark to their room. I held my breath and flung my door open, sprinting down the stairs, crying from how scared I was. I banged loudly on my parents' door, and I heard my mom yelp. She opened the door, and I ran in to tell them what had happened. They were more upset that I woke them up. My mom told me it was probably just some commercial on the radio or something. I mentioned that my intercom had been turned off with the volume down to 0, and also, what kind of commercial would say something like that? Seeing as how it was so late, she didn't feel like trying to rationalize it. I was sent back up to bed, and if you guessed that I didn't sleep that night, well, you would be correct. So, I live in a pretty sketchy area where there are a crap ton of homeless people, some shootings have happened, and there's been times when people have gotten kidnapped. I can't deny that I am an attractive girl. I'm 17 and around 5'4", but I do appear a bit older to some people, especially because I have tattoos and whatnot. The point is, men tend to approach me quite a bit. Especially old men. I'm sort of used to them staring and catcalling me, but I've never had anyone follow me before. On the weekend, I decided that I wanted an Arizona and some snacks. So I asked my mom if we could walk to the liquor store. It's a 5-minute walk, so it wasn't far at all, but there are a lot of homeless people and prostitutes who just hang around the path to the store, so obviously you're going to be a bit on edge. I have 3 sharp pocket knives that I always carry on me, just in case anything happens whenever I'm out. There's nothing unusual happening. I've walked to the store a handful of times, so I was pretty comfortable, especially since I had the pocket knives. I got onto the sidewalk and made eye contact with 2 men who were kind of eyeing me. It threw me off immediately, but I just kept walking. The parking lot was kind of full, so I did feel kind of relieved. I eventually got inside and got my snacks, but I noticed that one of the guys had come into the store right after I entered. I didn't notice this until I had realized that he was following me through the aisles, and I instantly felt my heart drop. I saw him hovering over items as if he was looking, but he just didn't want to come off as suspicious to anyone else, since there were like 5 other people in there. I get in line, and he gets right behind me. At this point, I'm shaking and my mind is racing. I paid for my snacks, and I started walking towards the door, but my gut knew that something was wrong. Like, really, really wrong. I'm very intuitive and sensitive to energy, so I felt this times 10,000. I instantly turned last minute and started looking at these gift cards right by the door, while the guy walked outside, so I assumed that he left. I called my mom and explained what had happened, so she came and picked me up in her car. She got there and I walked outside, but what I didn't realize is that the dude was waiting for me. He purposely stood to the left side of the door so that I couldn't see him anymore. I got into the car and my heart dropped when I noticed the whole parking lot was empty, and there were actually 2 men waiting for me. He walked up to his friend and started saying something in his ear, and then they both just stared at me while we drove away. This scared me to my core. It's happened a couple more times now, but this was the only time that there were 2 people instead of just the one. Hi, Raven. I wanted to share an event that happened to me and my granddaughter at the last place that I lived. My husband died in a car accident when my daughter was pregnant, so he never got to meet her, but also being an empty nester, I didn't feel right living in our big 4-bedroom home alone. And I decided that it was time to downsize. I found a cute little condominium that was only about 20 minutes from my daughter and son-in-law, and it was a good price, so I moved right in. The only thing about it, however, was that it definitely needed a more homely and me touch to it. So, while I made some changes inside with the help of my kids, I also wanted to start up another garden like I had at my old home. My kids helped me put it together when they were younger, which made it all the more special to me, and now my first granddaughter was at the age that they were, and I wanted to have her help with it. If she wanted to, of course. Maggie is like my little mini-me. I helped my daughter and son-in-law take care of her when she was born. I watched her a lot so they could sleep or even just to get out for a bit alone. And she loved staying over with me too. So, when I brought up the garden, she was more than willing to help, and my daughter loved the idea. At the time of this event, I was 49 and my granddaughter was 8. She came over with some stuff that they had bought, including a small gardening kit, a sun hat, a mat, all the stuff that she needed. My son-in-law helped me with lining and digging the top part of the dirt since it was pretty hard, and then we went and did most of the rest. On the day that Maggie and I were out back deciding what we wanted to plant and where, my neighbor Howard had come out back and greeted us. The fences weren't very tall. It came up to about my chest, and seemed to more so just to be to separate the properties, rather than for privacy. But I didn't mind Howard. I think he was close to my age, maybe a year or two younger, but he seemed like a nice guy. He introduced himself when I moved in, and he even helped my son-in-law fix one of my windows. He stopped and asked what we were up to, and then we started talking about the garden for a bit. I noticed that he kept looking down at Maggie, and I realized that he hadn't met her yet, so I introduced them, explaining that she was my granddaughter. So we talked about her for a while, and then we continued on with our plans for the day. Now, Howard also has a small dog. I think he's a corgi, and there were a few kids in the neighborhood that liked to go over to his place to play with the dog, or I've even seen some kids walking the dog. So, he was definitely not unknown to the community, and he never gave off any weird feelings. In fact, the way he talked to me was very kind and playful in a way, and when he asked if I was single, I honestly thought that he may have even been flirting with me. It had been some time since my husband passed, so I didn't dislike the attention either. I started catching Howard outside on multiple occasions when Maggie and I were out there, and we would start chatting for a while we worked. The conversations were always friendly and innocent, and we all had a good time. Maggie even offered him some lemonade when we were taking a break. I didn't start to notice something was off until a little further into our gardening work. Howard was starting to show up every time we were out there, and it was fine at first, but he would start talking to Maggie, distracting her, which caused her to knock some things over before as well. There were also a few times where Maggie wasn't with me and I had gone out back to mow or de-weed, and he would show up again. The conversation at that point, though, would be brief. It was a quick, "Hey, how's it going?" And then he would ask me about Maggie. And when I would mention that she wasn't with me, the conversation would pretty much end right there and he would leave. I started catching on to this, and I wasn't really a fan of it. I felt bad because I started limiting how much Maggie would do. We didn't have much left, but we were planting the last of the seeds when he came over. And that's when I instructed Maggie to go inside and clean up. I could see his attention shift to her as she walked in, and our conversation became pretty dull, and he eventually walked off. This happened a few times, and I don't know if he caught on to what I was doing, or if he just gave up, but he started coming around less and less. There was one weekend that Maggie was going to be staying with me, and she was enjoying the sprinkler that I had set up to water the garden, so I bought something similar to set up for her to play in. While she was changing into her swimsuit, I went out front to get the mail. On my way, I saw my neighbor across the way was out there, and we had begun talking about random things. At one point, I turned back to look at my condo and I saw Howard walking back from his driveway and into his house. My first thought was, great, he's going to ruin something that I had planned for Maggie. I knew that she was still inside waiting for me, though, so I finished my conversation with my neighbor and then started walking back towards my door. I don't know what it was or how to explain it, but I felt the need to walk over towards Howard's side and to see if he was outside. While we had the wall-like fences out back, they went as far as the condo. The front of them either had a small half-bricked wall or nothing separating them, so I could easily walk over on his side of the property. I could hear him laughing, so I knew that he was out back. This immediately made me feel uncomfortable, because I had a feeling that Maggie was probably already out back as well. Even though I told her to wait for me, kids are still kids, and she was excited. So, even though I shouldn't have, I went to open his gate, and, to my disgust, I saw him standing at the fence, looking into my yard, with his pants down. I immediately yelled at him, none of which were nice words or words that Maggie probably should have ever heard me say, but it was enough to make him stumble and trip as he tried to pick his pants up and go inside. I immediately ran into my home to find Maggie out back, looking around confused. I asked her what she was doing, and she explained that she was trying to bring the sprinkler outside for me to help when Howard showed up. While she was grabbing the hose, he told her how to hold it up in the air to make it look like it was raining, to which she did. I was disgusted and was trying to keep calm in front of Maggie, but she could already tell that something was wrong by the way that she was talking to me. Unfortunately, I had to lie to her and tell her that we just couldn't play in the sprinkler because it was going to storm, and instead suggested that we make homemade popsicles inside, which seemed to cheer her up. While she was getting started, I called the police in the leasing office to tell them what I had just witnessed. The police came over and took down the information. However, they said they couldn't do much since he was on his own property and I had opened the gate. But they said that if it happened again and anyone else witnessed it, to call them back so they could try to get him for indecent exposure. The leasing office apologized and said that they would talk to him, but they said they couldn't keep him from being in his backyard. It was like they missed the entire point. He was invading my space by looking over and doing what he was doing. So I asked them if I could put up a taller privacy fence, and they refused. They said that it had to stay uniform, and that there would be too many steps to try and get the people or businesses that actually owned the place to pay for the changes. They told me that they weren't even willing to try. I had just moved into this place a few months ago, and now no longer felt safe there. Or, at least, I didn't feel safe having my granddaughter there. I told my daughter and my son-in-law about the incidents, too. They were torn. None of us wanted this guy anywhere near Maggie. It broke my heart, and I know that Maggie was upset about it, but when she came over, she wasn't allowed to go out back, and she could only go out front if someone was with her. I didn't even like her staying the night, so, if anything, I stayed the night with them when they needed a babysitter. Howard didn't even try to show his face around after that, and it wasn't even just around me. People saw the cops at my house that day, and I wasn't going to keep that information to myself. I told anyone and everyone. And just from word of mouth, he was shunned pretty hard. The other kids were not allowed to be around him, and when he went out front, you could see other parents or grandparents pulling their kids to the other side of them. It must have eventually gotten to him, because within that same year, he moved out. I saw the moving trucks, and I couldn't have been more relieved. Once he was gone, I let Maggie stay the night, have friends over, and even play out back and enjoy the hard work that she put into that garden. I lived there for a few years, but over time, I learned the leasing people were not as nice as they appeared to be when I moved in, and they weren't giving me any reason to make me reconsider. But now, I live in a small house with my own yard and a big privacy fence, and I will never let something like that happen again. Because next time, Grandma might have to use something other than her words. I think a lot of people would probably say that their freshman year of high school was pretty rough. And I'm sure a lot of those people are right and had valid reasons as well. I'm definitely not one to say that they were just being dramatic because I, too, had a pretty bad freshman year. I didn't like to talk about it for the longest time because I had some pretty bad self-esteem issues as is, but I've healed and have become a lot nicer to myself since then. And also, I've come to understand that I also didn't deserve or warrant any of this, so I have no reason to blame myself. As my story goes, I was going to be a freshman at our local high school. New school, but it was the same school district, which meant that I would at least have friends there so that we could all be nervous and stressed together. I was a pretty normal kid growing up, or so I thought. I was the oldest of four, so I was the first to go to high school. I wasn't outgoing, but I wasn't reclusive and shy either. I had a good amount of friends, and I did fine in school too. I always passed my classes with minimal issues. I hated math, but I got through it, and I turned in a minimal amount of homework late. I didn't stand out in class or make myself known either. I was just there. But then things went a bit different in high school. Most of my classes were fine, except for my chemistry class. Science was one of my favorite subjects, so I typically didn't have any issues. But chemistry. At least in depth as we went into this class, it seemed to be more of a challenge for me. Not to mention, the teacher did not help either. When I first started attending the class, I immediately got the feeling that Mr. Pendleton was going to be a hard-ass. He was very curt in his speaking. He didn't really joke around, and was always on a very specific schedule. He would get upset very easily if someone interrupted him during a lecture, including slamming his hand down on the desk or the whiteboard. He would do this ear-piercing whistle to get people to pay attention. He was always just very intimidating. I always thought it was weird to the point that if kids bothered you so much, why even be a high school teacher? Anyways, I did my best in that class, but I admittedly struggled with locating the elements on the periodic table and remembering their symbols. I knew some of the common ones, but struggled with the rest. I tried asking him for help, like if he had any suggestions on making it easier, but with a dead stare, he looked at me and said, "Just memorize it. It's not that hard." I walked away from that conversation thinking that I was truly in the wrong, as if I was the only one that ever had issues with it, and that's how I took it. Over time, I did not get better in that class. I continued struggling with some of the topics, and Pendleton did nothing to make me feel better about it. When I got my assignments back, he didn't just mark things as wrong, he would put some mean comments next to them, making me, again, feel like there was something wrong with me. We had a monthly quiz that we took going over all that we learned that month, and when he was passing out the graded quizzes, he would hand it to some saying things like, "Do better, study next time," but never encouraging or optimistic words. Then he got to me. He flipped open my quiz and asked a question out loud, calling out a specific person to answer. He confirmed it was correct, and then pointed out my incorrect answer. He tossed my quiz at me and let the whole class know that I had the worst grade, singling me out. Everyone was staring at me, and I had never been more embarrassed. I felt incredibly stupid at that point. I put my head down, feeling the eyes burning into me. I remember actually going to the restroom and crying. My parents did ask me about school and weren't dismissive, but they also didn't think the situation was that bad. I do blame myself for part of that, as I didn't really tell them how bad it was or how much I hated that class. I told them about how I didn't like the class, how the teacher was really unnecessarily mean, and how I seemed to be singled out. I showed them my assignments with his remarks. I told them about being embarrassed in class and how I seemed to be the only one affected by it. They agreed that he seemed pretty mean, but said that they would talk to the principal about it. I even spoke to my friends and others that were in his class, and they all agreed that he was a complete jerk, but didn't understand why I was being picked on so much. Except one friend that usually excelled in a lot of classes. He basically blamed me, saying that I needed to study more, and that he was just trying to push me to do better. I wasn't friends with that person for much longer either. So, while I waited and hoped that my parents would actually be able to make a difference, I tried to push through the harsh words and embarrassment, and really worked my ass off to at least pass the class. I had friends that helped and devoted a lot of time to get through it. But I did it. When we took our quarterly test, I passed it with a low B, and I was very proud of myself. Apparently, Pendleton was not impressed by this, though, as he slammed my test on the table and he made sure to ask out loud, "Did you copy off of X's test?" X being the person that sat next to me. And they looked at me funny too and actually started sitting somewhere else, so yeah. That didn't make me feel better either. He said because he couldn't believe that I miraculously got better overnight. I was pretty upset and quite frankly fed up with being treated like this, so I defensively told him no, and that I had studied more and he wasn't willing to help us. The room was silent, and the tension was thick, but I felt pretty good for saying it. Pendleton, however, was not amused, and told me that I needed to stay behind after class. I was not looking forward to that, and, in fact, I tried to blend in with everyone and leave at the same time, but he definitely noticed. He called me out with his booming voice, halting me in my tracks. I waited by the door, and once everyone left, he told me to go over to his desk. He then asked me why I told the principal that he was bullying me. I replied that I didn't say anything to the principal, which was true, and he yelled at me again, saying that I was lying. He said some other unpleasant things to me, but for some reason, I was just over all of it. And I yelled back at him that I had told my parents that he was being a jerk, and that he shouldn't be a teacher. He responded back by slamming me against the whiteboard, holding me by my shirt, and once again yelling some pretty hurtful things at me. I was honestly expecting him to try to hit or strangle me. His face was beet red. I could see the veins in his temple bulging out. I was terrified. Thankfully, Miss Stewart in the class attached to the right knocked and opened the door to see us in this position. I wish that she wouldn't have knocked because the knock was enough time for him to let go of me. But judging by the look on her face, she knew that something was wrong. I was in tears and I walked towards her to leave. She asked me if I was okay and I said no, and Pendleton just sat back down at his desk. I went to the nurse and asked her to call my parents, as I'd gotten sick, so she did. When my mom came to pick me up, I told her what happened, and she immediately took me back to the school and to the office. She went to talk to someone about it, and I just remember sitting there worried that Mr. Pendleton was going to show up in the office. After that day, my mom would take me to school after the second hour, which was when I had his class, and I just collected my work for those first 2 classes. Miss Stewart also reported what she saw, so I guess having a witness was what gave the principal, or whomever, the authority to suspend Mr. Pendleton. I was entirely relieved that he was gone, and I could tell that I wasn't the only one. The first couple of days without him were weird, but the sub definitely helped lighten the mood. By the end of it, though, we were all able to be less formal and actually had a little fun in the class. I still had a hard time turning in tests and assignments, fearing that I was going to be made fun of or called out, and that anxiety bled over into my other classes as well. My freshman year was very difficult, and I struggled with my self-image, as mentioned. It slowly got better over time, but I think I really had Miss Stewart to thank for that. She helped me build my confidence again and really assured me that it wasn't me, but Mr. Pendleton. She actually confided in me saying that she had heard him shouting on many occasions and even at students from other and past classes, but that she had never seen him put his hands on any other student. I still wonder today if I was the only one, or if there were others that just were never caught or never said anything. Hell, I still don't understand why I was singled out so hard. I know I wasn't the only one that wasn't doing well in the class, but I was the only one that seemed to be targeted. And I don't know why. He never did return to our school, and I did much better after that. I just hope that he was never able to teach again, if that is how he treated students. Back in the early 90s, when I was about 10 years old, I had a really creepy close encounter with someone that honestly could have ended a lot worse than it did. And if I had been a bit more gullible, it likely would have ended really badly. At the time, I honestly didn't fully comprehend the potential danger of the situation, but as I've gotten older, it clicked pretty hard how unsettling this experience really was. As mentioned, this was back when I was about 10 years old. My parents both worked full-time during the day, and most days when I got home from school, I would be in an empty house for a couple of hours until my mom was able to leave work and get home. They trusted me to be responsible enough to take care of myself. I was the type of kid that liked to just spend time in my room playing my Super Nintendo instead of being a problem for other people. We lived in a neighborhood that was pretty much just a bunch of old people, so it was relatively safe. Honestly, it never seemed like that big of a deal. On this day, I'd been home for maybe half an hour. I'd finished my homework and had turned on the TV to watch something and grabbed a Pop-Tart for a snack, when I thought I saw something outside of the living room window. It was a pretty big window, and it faced to the west, so if you walked by it in the afternoon, it would cause a bit of a shadow in the room. I glanced over for a moment to see if I could see anything. I saw a man, probably in his late 40s. He looked a bit older than my dad. He was slowly walking along the sidewalk in front of our house. He seemed to be studying the house, staring at the ground, the roof, almost like he was seriously trying to memorize how the house looked. Then, it got creepy. As I was watching this guy analyze the exterior of our home, I watched as he put his face up to the glass with his hands cupped around his eyes. He was absolutely looking in the window and trying to see if there was anybody in the house. And, of course, he saw me sitting on the couch just staring at him. He smiled and waved, and then I watched as he walked over to the front door and put his hand on the doorknob, then tried to push the door open. Thankfully, my parents had always told me to keep the door locked at all times, and I was pretty obsessive with doing so he wasn't able to get in. When he realized that he wasn't getting the door open, he walked back to the window and started knocking. By this point, I was having a mini panic attack in my mind, screaming about how this was some weirdo trying to get into the house. But I kept trying to calm down and tell myself that he must have been a neighbor or something. He kept knocking on the window, rapidly, just tapping on it with his knuckle for several moments, and then he started tapping hard on the door. At this point, I had no idea what to do. I walked into the kitchen near the front door and just stood there. Because I was so unsure of what to do, I just figured that I could tell him he's at the wrong house and to go away. I did not open the door, obviously, but I did shout out to him saying, "Who are you and what do you want?" When I asked this, I could hear him laugh a bit and then say, "Could you open the door for me?" I said no, and again asked who he was. He then said that he was a neighbor and he wasn't going to hurt me. I may have been only 10, but I knew that this was a weird thing to say to a kid. You don't just tell a kid, "I'm not going to hurt you," unless you plan to hurt them. At least, not in this kind of scenario. I told him that if he was a neighbor, then he needed to come back later when my parents were home. Which I now realize was a stupid thing to say, as this was me literally telling him that my parents were not home. When I said this, he paused for a moment and said, "Look, I work with my mom's name. I'm a friend of hers. She'll vouch for me. Can you please just let me in?" Now, this is where things got a bit confusing for me. This man knew my mother's name specifically, and it's not a common name, so it wasn't like he could just guess a name and get it right. But I also knew my mother's coworkers. My mom worked at a hair salon. She was one of the big names of the store, alongside my aunt. They had about 5 employees that they worked with, and I knew all of them because I would always hang out there during the summer, and I loved all of my mom's coworkers. The thing is, all of her coworkers were either older women or younger ladies trying to break into the industry. This guy was neither of those. I responded by saying that I didn't think I could let him in and that he should just come back later. At this point, he got really angry. He started banging on the door, saying, "I know your mom. Her name is Mom's name. You need to let me in right now." When he started getting aggressive, I ran over to the cordless phone and hit the button to call the salon. When they answered, I told her who I was and told her that I needed to talk to my mom right away. I explained the situation to her and she told me to hang up, go to the laundry room and lock the door, and call the cops. She then said that she would be there in a few minutes. I did exactly what she said. I ran to the laundry room, I locked the door, and then called 911, telling them that a guy was trying to break into my house. After about 10 minutes, I heard my mom yelling my name, along with the voice of an officer. I came out to see them standing at the door and looking at a pile of glass. Apparently, after I had run down to the laundry room, this guy had smashed the window on the front door and tried to break in. The officers took my statement, asking me a bunch of questions about the guy and what he looked like. I told them all that I could, and I told them that the guy knew my mom's name specifically, and they said that they would drive around the area to try to find the guy, but I have no idea if they ever caught them. And my mom thanked them, and after all was said and done, she told me that I had done everything right and kept telling me that it was all okay. I could tell that she was freaking out about this as bad as I was. After that, I wasn't allowed to be at home alone for a few years. My mom worked with one of our neighbors, an older lady that was actually one of the lunch ladies at my school, and I stayed at her house until they got home every day until I was in high school. She was pretty cool, though, and she always had food for me when I got there, so I didn't mind. That day is something that has been burned into my memory, and when I was at that age, I was definitely scared, but as I mentioned, I now realize how serious it actually was. I'm thankful that, even at that age, I was smart enough to realize that this guy didn't want anything good. I have no idea how he knew my mom's name specifically. Maybe he looked at the mail or something, but I'm just glad that I trusted my instincts, and that I was able to avoid a much worse fate. This was something that my dad and I witnessed many, many years ago. I was a kid, so some of the more business-related details are provided thanks to my dad. My dad used to partially own a lawn and landscaping company with a friend of his. They went in on it 50-50. I knew a lot of people that worked there because I often went with my dad and hung out in the back office, or I would go there with my mom to drop off lunch for my dad. My mom was a 911 dispatcher and often worked odd and long hours, so instead of leaving me home, my dad usually took me to work with him and let me hang out in his office. He had a TV in there, and he had bought a VCR so that I could watch movies, and then I had a small chest in there with random toys and craft stuff to keep me occupied. However, as I got older, I became more curious about what he did, and I started following him around as he worked. Sometimes I even helped him when he was in the shop. He didn't let me go to customers' homes, though, because they can use some pretty dangerous equipment and even some harsh chemicals, so he felt that it wasn't safe. But the shop could have its own danger lurking. I was at least smart enough to avoid things and to not touch anything that I wasn't given explicit permission to. Yet, even with all those precautions, some of the adults were a little more careless. There was a guy named Mickey that was a little newer to the company. I was young, but I think my dad said that he had been working there for around 6 to 8 months. He was also a younger guy compared to my dad and some of the other people that worked there. I don't know if it's related or not, but he was also a bit more carefree. He never seemed to devote his attention to one project that he may be working on. He may have been watching TV that was in the shop. He may have been shouting to someone else, like they were talking or joking around, not out of anger. And this stuff had also gotten the attention of my dad and others, calling out to Mickey to pay attention and to be more careful. He, again, would always brush it off like he wasn't doing anything wrong. However, there was one time that I was up there when my dad seemed upset as he talked to somebody else. I learned that this was because Mickey was supposed to be working but hadn't arrived yet. He was late. About an hour or so after this, he finally walked in the door and I remember him looking a little rough. They all had matching shirts and some had vests, and then they wore whatever pants or shorts they wanted. He didn't have on either the shirt nor the vest, and when he came over to greet us and give me a high five, I could smell something sour. What I would later learn to be alcohol. He was drunk. Or at least still reeked of the previous night's activities. Now, as mentioned, I didn't really know what that meant at the time. I was about 10 or 11 at this point, and my parents were far from alcoholics. My mom didn't drink and my dad would occasionally have a beer when he had some friends over, but it was literally one or two, and he never acted differently. If I was older and understood more of what was going on, and the risk that it was, I definitely would have said something. Anyways, he seemed to try to avoid my dad being the boss on duty that day and just tried to immediately get back to work. This was also a Tuesday, and for some reason, it was their least busy or job-demanding days. So there were a lot more people in the shop side of things. This is where they might schedule jobs, fix equipment and tools for customers, or even the stuff for the business. So Mickey had grabbed one of the store mowers because either the blades needed to be sharpened or repaired, or they could have even been stuck. So he was working on that. I remember walking over towards him at one point to see what he was doing, and he did tell me that I shouldn't be too close because he was working with some pretty sharp parts. I started asking him a few questions and what he was doing, so he began answering them. I think causing him to forget about telling me to walk away. That was about the time that my dad walked over to tell me the same thing, while also getting on to Mickey about being late and then being drunk after he noticed the smell. My dad seemed pretty upset, and told him that after he finished what he was doing on that mower, he wanted him to go home. He tried to assure my dad that he wasn't drunk and that he would be okay, but my dad would not hear it. After that, I walked away to kill time, doing something else. It couldn't have been too long after this that I decided to go back into the office to play a game on my dad's computer. The office was right next to the entrance to the back area, where they do a lot of testing on mowers or weed whackers. I saw Mickey had pushed the mower out there and was using it. I remember hearing it, seeing him adjust his hat, and then I walked into the office. The door was still open, so I could hear when the mower was turned off, and not maybe a minute or two later, I then heard a blood-curdling scream. It made me jump up and run out of the office, worried that something bad had just happened. I followed the screams to the back and saw Mickey holding one hand with another, and it was covered in blood. He was just screaming, and from what I could tell and piece together from what he was saying, the blades had cut his fingers off. I stood there frozen in fear and watched as other people ran past me trying to help him. What was even more terrifying to see and think about was that there were people walking around, looking in the grass, for his fingers. I was then yelled at to go into the office and not leave, which is where I stayed until my grandma came to get me. I heard that scream for months in my head. In my dreams, or more so nightmares. All I could see was the terror in Mickey's eyes and the bloody stumps on his hands. It took me a while to get past that, but even to this day, I still get queasy thinking about blood like that. Now, obviously, Mickey lived. He lost 3 fingers and part of his pinky. They were able to save 2 of them and even reattach the nerves or whatever so that they were usable. But the strength isn't 100% back. The last one was too mangled to be saved. I got to see him when he came back into the shop a month or so later. The scars at least looked pretty cool, and he stayed optimistic about it, at least towards me joking how it looked like he was pieced back together with other parts. My dad later explained to me that the mower he was working on was pretty old, and it didn't have a working safety thing on it, so when he thought it was actually off, there was still a kill switch thing he had to flip before you did anything with the blades. He apparently did not toggle that switch, and when he went back down to check them out, because they had stopped moving or something, it all kicked on. And, well, you know the rest. He said it was a pretty big eye-opener for a lot of things for them. They replaced any outdated mowers so that they all used the same ones with all the new bells and whistles. They went through a lot more safety measures to prevent other accidents, and to this day, that was still the worst event they've ever had. I always knew that my dad worked with some pretty sharp and dangerous things, but that event really drove it home for me. And now, even as an adult with my own kids, I don't even like them being in the yard when I'm mowing. You just can't ever be too careful. I must have been around 5 years old when this happened. Still cocooned in the world of childhood innocence and endless curiosity. My father passed away in a car accident shortly after my 3rd birthday. He was struck by a drunk driver in the early afternoon while he went to pick up McDonald's for our lunch. The other driver was a 30-something-year-old man that had apparently passed his Saturday morning staring at the inside of a 40-ounce, and then decided that he wanted to go too fast down a main road. My dad apparently pulled out of the parking lot thinking that he was just bringing my mom and I some chicken nuggets when that man came over the hill. My dad didn't see him, and he wasn't cognizant enough to avoid my dad, and, well, that's how my father lost his life. It may not be relevant, and I know McDonald's had nothing to do with it, but I can't even look at the Golden Arches logo without feeling this sharp wave of depression wash over me. Obviously, at this time, I didn't understand, but being an adult now, this kind of thing really weighs heavy on your mind. That incredibly depressing intro to this story is to simply say that my father has been gone since I was 3, and this event took place around 2 years later. In those 2 years, my father's absence was this strange fact of life that was largely abstract to me. Growing up, my mother would tell me these stories about him, how he loved to fish, how he was quite the jokester, and how he loved me with all of his heart. Being the age I was, I don't think I had any detailed memories of how my father looked or how his voice sounded. And all the visuals that I had of him were from photographs. However, no photograph or secondhand story could have ever prepared me for this encounter that would have a profound impact on me. It was around Christmas. I remember that night it had snowed and my mom was worried because our house seemed to lose power any time that it snowed or rained heavily. I remember her putting me to bed. I remember her telling me that she loved me and that Daddy would watch over me and keep me safe, like she did every night. But for some reason, this night felt different. It felt heavier. It felt more energetic. She put me to bed and shut my door, but I didn't want to go to sleep. I wanted to get up and do something. I didn't know what. I just remember having this undying amount of energy that was built up in my little body. After playing with my trucks in the dim light of my little plug-in nightlight, I remember sitting there and staring at the shadows on the wall, just thinking about nothing. Like I said, I was 5, and this is probably my first core memory, so I'm pretty sure I was just blankly staring at how the light cast the shadows of my little trucks onto the white walls, and probably just chuckling at how spooky it was to me. But then, as I was staring at the shadows, I remember looking toward my door and seeing a figure standing in the corner of the room. This silhouette had an aura that was completely familiar to me. I wasn't afraid of it at all. Instead, curiosity tugged at me and told me that I didn't need to be scared. I remember in complete and vivid detail looking up at this tall, kind-faced man with a beard growing from his chin and thinking, that's my dad. It wasn't some sort of visual hallucination. I'm sure of that. And this was like a living, breathing entity that was my father. His smile was radiant, his eyes were filled with tears, and I could tell that he was watching me and smiling. Then I heard his voice. He said, "Hey kiddo, I know this might be confusing to you, but I wanted to stop by and see you now that you're a little older." I remember that after that, we talked about everything and nothing in particular. The conversation that ensued is hard to put into words. It was like it wasn't spoken, but just communicated between the two of us, like some kind of conscious dream. It felt real, more real than anything else I can remember from those years. I remember him telling me that he loved how curious I was, and that I was going to be such a smart boy. I think I told him about my trucks. I was really into the trucks at the time. I remember him smiling and laughing each time I explained which truck was which and what their purposes were. After a while, the conversation wound down and he gave me one last comforting smile, and then spoke his last words to me. Words that I can play in my head as clearly as how I heard them that night. He said, "I'm sorry that I have to go again, but I hope you'll always remember how much I love you. I'll always be with you. Okay?" I remember nodding at him and smiling back, saying, "Okay," or "thank you." And with that, he was completely gone. And I was once again alone in my bedroom. And that conversation, it left a lingering sense of peace and understanding that, even at 5, resonated with me. Even now, after all these years, the memory of that night is crystal clear in my mind. Some might say it was nothing more than a dream or just something created by my imagination, but I am convinced of the reality of that encounter. The spirit of my father came to visit me that night, to have that last conversation with his son, and to impart that sense of peace that has stayed with me ever since. It's a night that I've kept close to my heart, a reminder that my father never really left me, that he'll always be there to guide me. I believe with every fiber of my being that my father is with me, guiding me, and he's been that silent hand that has pushed me to be the man that I am today. I have an experience that has been with me since I was a little kid. I'm currently 35, and this must have happened when I was 5 or 6. This was the 90s, so no phones, pre-internet times. I live in South Central Los Angeles. I've lived there my whole life and continue to do so. In fact, I still live on the same property where this happened. On this particular night, there might have been around 6 p.m. It was already dark out. My mom and dad were home, and my mom had a craving for a specific cake from Marie Callender's. She sends me and my dad to go out and get it. I remember the whole trip. Getting into my dad's minivan in the back seat, being at the store, the cake, coming home. I remember holding the bag with the cake in it. I remember wearing a pink little tank top, some little flowered shorts, and little sandals with a big daisy on the top. Now, to understand the layout of my house, particularly the backyard, let me describe it. We have always entered the house from the back part of the yard, the garage area. Between the house and the garage is a large area, it being the backyard. In the backyard, the grassed area at the time was in the form of a giant letter D, with a concrete outline which made a step. The bottom of the D being closest to the entrance of the house where we would enter. The back part of the D ran up closest to the side of the house, and the top part, the corner, aligned the end of the house where it would make a small alleyway which divided our house from our neighbor's house, separated then by a wooden fence and a gate. When we finally get home, my dad tells me to go on as he has to lock up the car. I went ahead and made my way. As I was walking to the house, I heard a little noise in the alley of the house. For some reason, I thought that there was a small animal there. Me, being an animal lover, made my way to the alley. The noise was a small rustling sound, as if someone was moving something without trying to make too much noise. Once I reached the corner of the D where the alley was, I looked into it, expecting to find a cute little kitten or something. I was met with something that has been burned into my memory forever. The alleyway was illuminated by the moon and partial streetlight. In the middle of the alley, there was a figure hunched over. My eyes adjusted to what I was looking at. It was the size of a man. It had hair covering its body, like dry, prickly hair. It wasn't facing me and was kneeled down looking at or inspecting something. Its hands were big. The light was enough for me to see its fingers. There were 3 giant claw-like fingers. I took a step back, and I guess I must have made a noise or something because it turned to me. Its face was small. I could see the texture of hair, and it looked like it had no mouth. Most of the space was taken up by its giant glowing red eyes. It looked almost alien-like. The moment that it slightly shifted its body to face me, I was able to see giant spikes coming out of its back. Like porcupine spikes, but bigger and thicker coming from the back of its head all the way down. As soon as this thing noticed me, it dropped whatever it had in its hands and leapt over the fence in one bound. I was frozen. All I could do was just stare. I got a chance to see its feet as it jumped over, and they too were giant claws. They were big in size, with 3 giant toes ending in a sharp point. At the moment that it jumped over, that's when I heard my dad making his way in. It all happened so quick. I felt like everything was in slow motion. I remember seeing all of these details in the few seconds that it happened. I never actually heard it land on the other side of the fence. I just remember it going over in one leap like a dog would and then never hearing it run off. I, on the other hand, turned around and ran to my dad. I didn't know how to explain it to him, but I kept telling him that there was something back there. He, of course, paid no attention to me, only assuring me that it was nothing. Running into the house and straight to my mom, I told her that there was something out there. Some kind of monster. I'm not sure why, but my parents didn't do anything until the 100th time of me mentioning it. My dad finally grabbed the flashlight and went out. He came back about 5 minutes later and said that there was nothing there. I don't remember the rest of that particular night. I do remember going out to the alleyway in the morning. I looked around and didn't see anything. Not exactly sure what I was looking for anyway, but I guess to just go look. Fast forward to when the internet is now the thing to have and dial-up is in its prime, I decided to look up this kind of monster. Maybe I could find something or know what it was. I typed in the description and got a bunch of things that looked like it, and people were describing it as El Chupacabra, or the goat sucker in English. This was a creature that was apparently terrorizing Mexico, and other places much too far from my home, by attacking farm animals and sucking their blood. Most of what turned up on images had wings or fangs and was scaly and green. I seriously don't know what I saw that night. It took me a long time to tell people, and when I did, I was made fun of. So I kept quiet. I know there's a lot of people on here who probably got the same thing for seeing what they did, so I figured let me throw in my story of what happened and we can all relate. I think if I were to see the same thing today, I would either stay frozen like I did all those years, or try to at least get a hold of it. Somehow I would like to think that I'd be a Rambo if my childhood trauma appeared to me again. I hope you enjoyed this thing that happened to me, and if there are any questions, please, ask away. So, I've been listening to scary story channels for ages, and I've always been a skeptical believer in all the stories. I feel like some of them are certainly fiction, but others sounded more true than some, but I've always looked at them as probably made up. That actually changed recently for me because I had something happen to me that I would have listened to and immediately thought it was fiction. It's not super eventful, it's actually pretty straightforward, but it was seriously weird and is legitimately the stuff of nightmares. It was a regular Wednesday night to begin with. I had woken up somewhere around 3 to what I would say was the most annoying feeling in the back of my throat. Have you ever woken up in the middle of the night, your throat feeling like the Sahara, and you absolutely have to go downstairs and down half a gallon of water? Yeah, it was one of those nights. It was my own fault. I had eaten a whole bag of pretzels, and I knew that the amount of sodium I had consumed was probably close to fatal. I grumbled to myself, not wanting to leave the comfort of my bed, but after a few minutes of trying to ignore it and go back to sleep, I sighed and I relented. I stumbled my way down the stairs in the dark, nearly eating the hardwood floor in the hallway at the bottom. I made my way to the kitchen, grabbed a glass from the cabinet, and then walked over to the sink. Now, like a lot of kitchens, there's a big window over my sink that faces out into the backyard, and at night it's pretty much pitch black. There's a small light on the shed that's on the far left side, but that's about it. Normally, I wouldn't even bother looking out back, or would and wouldn't think twice about seeing nothing. But this time, something actually did catch my eye. Right there, in the middle of my backyard, was a figure. Well, not a figure like something I couldn't make out. It was a person, and they were just standing there. Seeing someone in my yard was enough to startle me in and of itself, but the creepiest part was that this person was wearing a mask. This mask was terrifying. It had a weird twisted jaw with spiked teeth that were stretched out. The eyes were hollow and dark and really just was terrifying. Now, my brain made me stand there and just kind of stare at this person wearing a weird mask that was standing in my backyard for several moments. At first I thought I was hallucinating or dreaming, or that I was just seeing something else and only thinking it was a person in a mask. But as I sipped my water, watching this person watching me, my mind finally clicked into drive, and I realized that I was staring at a person wearing a creepy mask standing in my backyard. Like, this was not a normal thing to see at 3 in the morning. I started freaking out at this point, and I dashed back up the stairs to put on my pants and grab my phone on the way down. I had 911 already dialed, and I ran back to my window, but was surprised to see that the person was gone. The backyard was back to being empty, and there was zero trace of this masked person. I had already dialed 911 at this point, and the operator was asking me where the emergency was, and I didn't want to just say, "Oh, never mind, I'm just crazy." So I explained to her that I saw a person in a mask in my backyard, but that they seemed to have left. She was a bit confused, but I explained that I saw this person, and when I went to grab my phone, they had disappeared. And after explaining things like the idiot that I am, she reassured me that they would send a unit to drive around my neighborhood. After I got off the phone with her, I stayed downstairs and just kind of watched out the front window, feeling paranoid and creeped out. After a while, the police had pulled up to my house and knocked on the door, and I opened it to speak with them. The officer asked me a few questions, mostly about what I saw. I described to him the guy with the mask, described what else they were wearing to the best of my abilities, and I could tell by the look on the officer's face that he was as confused as I was. He even said that it sounded really strange, and then asked if it was okay if they have a look around the property. I told them that I had no issues with that. After a few minutes, they had actually come back to the door, and the officer asked me if my gate had been broken. And I looked at him like, huh? He motioned for me to come out, and sure enough, my gate was busted. The fence was wooden, and the gate was fairly large, and the latch had been completely pulled from the wood, like pried out with a crowbar or something. I told him that no, it wasn't broken like that before, and he then told me to stay there while they checked the backyard out really quick just in case. They looked around for a few moments, and when he came back, he asked me if what he'd found was the mask that I had seen. It was. It was that same creepy-ass mask the person was wearing. After that, they seemed to take this a bit more seriously, and they asked if they could come in and if I could give them an official statement. And that's pretty much where this ends, really. They took my statement, they gave me the report information for the insurance company, since the gate was destroyed, and they left, telling me to call them if I saw anything else. I have no idea if they ever found anything past this, as they have never contacted me about it. Now, I know that this sounds like some creepy event from some dumb B-rated horror movie, and I would have had that same thought had I read or heard this story. But I lived it. And even though nothing further has happened, what did happen was enough to be terrifying. I was paranoid and watching the backyard the entire rest of that night. But when morning came around, I was feeling better. Now, when I go to bed, I double check all the locks, and the gate that I had installed is reinforced way better than the old one. I have no idea how they pried that gate open, or why they did it, but they did. I also installed a floodlight that is motion activated that shines into the backyard, just in case I wake up at 3 in the morning again and feel the need to look outside. So, I enjoy walking at night. Usually alone, but sometimes with a friend or two. When I first started doing it, I was 16 and living with my grandmother in a small apartment. It was my way of getting some space and also a little exercise. I never had anyone mess with me, probably because I'm a guy, but I've seen and heard some things on said walks that have freaked me out. I'm also going to include 2 sleepwalking stories that I think were caused by my night walks. So, on to the first event. I always walked the same route between the ages of 16 and 22. Even when I didn't live in the area, I would walk to my usual start point and continue the walk from there. It was a couple of miles down a main road, down a residential road to a park, around the park, and then up another residential road to the main road, and then back to the start point and home. The first event took place at that second residential road. Leaving the park, there's houses on your left and a very dense patch of tall trees on the right. The whole area is covered by streetlights, so you would think that it wouldn't be creepy, but I have to admit that I never felt entirely safe on that section of the walk. I would keep to the side with the houses so that if anything happened, I could knock on a door. This time, though, I had my best friend with me, and she wanted to walk the tree side. We only made it about a block from the park when all of a sudden, all of the streetlights around us shut off. The nearest light on was about 2 blocks down. I was in the middle of saying something like, "That was weird," when we heard a loud roar behind us. It sounded like something both biological and mechanical, like if you mixed a bear roaring with the sound of a train hitting its brakes. We took off running towards the streetlight that was on as fast as we could, and as we ran, we heard branches breaking behind us. It sounded like this thing was right behind us. When we finally reached the light and we both turned to see what was following us, but then all of the other streetlights turned back on all at once, and there was nothing there. My best friend never went on those walks with me again. The second event was a different kind of horror, the human kind. I had decided to stop at the park during one of my solo walks. It was in the fall and the smell of the oak trees was really nice. I walked over to the play structure and up the slide to sit. Only there was a couple of teenagers up there doing what couples do, so I apologized and walked well away so they didn't think that I was spying on them. I sat on the edge of the sandbox and stared at the stars, just enjoying the smells. I heard a noise behind me and turned to see a man walking into the park brandishing a shotgun. Not knowing who he was after, I yelled for the couple to get out of there and then ran in the opposite direction, specifically back the way that I came. I stopped at the middle school, which is about 4 blocks from the park by the road. There's a gate between the school track and the park, but going to it would have had me running past the guy with the shotgun, so I hadn't gone that way. I figured I could bang on the window and catch the night janitor, but I actually got one better. A cop was looking around the school with the flashlight. He asked me if I had seen anything strange and what I was doing there in the middle of the night. I told the cop about the guy with the gun and explained that I always went on walks before bed, and he just nodded and ran towards the gate. I followed, slowly, and arrived back at the park just in time to see the gunman being put in handcuffs and pushed into a police car. I don't know what happened to the couple, but I never heard any gunshots, so I assume they're okay, though unlikely to use a public play structure for their couple time again. The last two stories are a personal nature. I had graduated high school, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. Financial aid had declined me because I didn't have any contact with my biological parents to get their tax information. So, no college. My best friend said that she was going to Job Corps, so I went with her. They put you in these dorms that were square in shape, 4 bunk rooms, 2 living rooms, and a bathroom/laundry room/shower room in the middle. I had really bad nightmares the first few weeks there, and also kept getting trapped in sleep. As in, I could not wake myself when I realized I was dreaming. One of these dreams still sticks with me. I sat up on my bunk and found myself surrounded by giant owls who were discussing if they should kill me or not. I pled for my life, but they ignored me. I ran out of the bunk and into the bathroom area where I proceeded to vomit sand into the sink. I felt it burn and scrape my throat, and could feel myself suffocating from the lack of breath. Then I felt a hand shake me and I woke up. I was in the bathroom, standing over a sink full of vomit, with a very concerned night guard telling me that I was okay and just sleepwalking. This was the first time that I had ever sleepwalked. Job Corps couldn't get the sleepwalking under control, and I also started having fainting spells that they couldn't diagnose, so I ended up having to move back home. I couldn't move in with my family, so I moved in with the brother of one of my high school friends. I resumed my nightly walks, and things were pretty good. Anytime I sleepwalked, my roommate would just gently guide me back to the bed, or to the bathroom if sleep me said I had to pee. A couple of times I walked out on guests naked, but he just explained to them that my room was the hottest in the house, and that I sleepwalked and it was fine. There was one time, though, that he didn't catch me. I had skipped my night walk this night, feeling too tired to go after a long day. I'd put a movie on my computer, stripped, and got into bed. I don't remember dreaming, but I woke up being carried out of a cop car. They handed me off to my roommate and told him that we should put a lock on the outside of my bedroom door. I had walked, naked and barefoot, all the way to the park. A security guard found me, realized I was sleepwalking from my responses, and had the cops pick me up. My roommate had gotten up to use the restroom and found the front door open, and that I was missing, so he called the police. Thankfully, they did put 2 and 2 together, brought me back, and handed me off to him. We did flip my bedroom doorknob so that the lock was on the outside, and also put a chain on it just in case sleepwalking me figured out how to use a key. So, I'll start this off by saying that when this happened, I was a senior in high school, and was just shy of turning 18. It was prom night, the night that everyone had been waiting for from the first day that the plans for the night came to be. I had a sparkly dress, one that I thought was the most gorgeous dress that I had ever seen. All my guy friends were in full suits, and we were all feeling like we were on top of the world. I mean, why wouldn't we? This was the peak of our last year of high school. We were all dressed like we were upper class, all while living in pretty much the middle of nowhere in the Midwest. The night was young, the music was loud, and everyone was having a blast. The school had gone all out, transforming the gym into a fairy tale ballroom, which was actually the theme that our class had agreed on. Everything was pastel pink and blue. There were balloons, the tables were all decorated. The entire room was like this bubble of pure bliss and excitement. And through all of this, we were all completely unaware of what was brewing outside. The weather forecast had mentioned that there could be some nighttime storms, but this was the Midwest. Thunderstorms in the spring are as common as a trip to McDonald's. It happens more or less once a week. No one really thought much of it, least of all me. especially while I was getting lost in the moment with my girlfriend. We were all enjoying the night, having a lovely time, when the power kind of flickered. It wasn't anything major, just a bit of a dim and then back up. A couple of girls jokingly screamed to add to the drama of the moment, and we all laughed. Until the lights dimmed again. The music stuttered, and then all the lights just completely shut off before the emergency lighting kicked back on. The entire room was filled with this sickly greenish hue as we all just kind of looked around confused, like, are we really going to lose power on prom night? The room slowly did grow quieter as we waited for things to come back, but that silence was broken by that disgustingly loud, piercing wail of the tornado sirens. That first blast of sound was enough to make me feel like my heart was going to stop. It's not that I hadn't heard them before, they were just always so loud and unanticipated. Our vice principal, Ms. Haig, came over the intercom. Her voice was normally stern and kind of aggressive, but when she came over the speaker, her voice actually sounded slightly shaken. She told everyone to remain calm and to proceed down the stairs and into the south hallway, which was basically the band and drama hall. We all looked at each other, and after a few nervous laughs, we realized that this was pretty serious. That change in atmosphere was jarring. From a night of celebration, we were suddenly plunged into a night of uncertainty and dread. We all made our way down the stairs and into the band hall. The teachers that were helping with the night were guiding us down and into the specific places down in the shelter. We all huddled together, an uneasy silence settling over the group. The air was heavy, filled with a palpable fear of what was happening. I didn't realize how freaked out I was until my girlfriend asked if I was okay, and mentioned how tightly I was squeezing her hand. This was supposed to be a night of fun. A night of us all just letting loose and spending quality time with those that we'd come to know, but there we were, wondering if this night could be our last. As the storm raged on, you could honestly feel the building shake. You could hear the deafening roar of the wind. Time seemed to slow down and minutes stretched into what felt like hours. And there were moments when the whole building felt like it shuddered with this intense pressure, followed by several moments of quiet. We all held our breaths, praying, holding each other, and just waiting. After a bit, the all clear did come over the intercom, but that dreadful feeling definitely stuck around. Going back up and emerging from the school, it felt like stepping onto a movie set from some post-apocalyptic film. The once familiar parking lot was unrecognizable, strewn with debris, cars flipped, and what could only be described as a small taste of what happened throughout our town. Houses were torn apart, trees were uprooted, power lines were downed, and people's lives completely destroyed. Miraculously, there were no casualties. Just a town full of shaken and distressed people, and a high school full of teenagers trying to piece together how this night that was supposed to be a moment of youthful innocence could turn into the most terrifying night of our lives. All of this was a harsh reminder of how things can quickly take a sharp turn, how life can take that sudden turn when you least expect it. Even now, years later, I can't really think about that night without getting that anxious feeling that I felt in those hallways. It was meant to be a night of celebration, joy, one last hurrah with everyone before we graduated, and yet it was a night of devastation and stark reality. I'll never forget that moment when my mom pulled up to the school and saw me, and how she started bawling when she wrapped me in a tight hug. We were one of the lucky ones in that our house was mostly untouched. There was minor damage to the roof shingles, and we lost half of a tree in our backyard, but most weren't so fortunate. Some lost cars, some whole houses, and we all came together as a community offering hospitality to those that lost their homes and hoping to clean up and rebuild as quickly as we could. It may sound dramatic to some, but that night honestly felt like a clear line had been drawn. A line between life before and life in our town after. After all was said and done, we did still have a graduation ceremony, and we all still had to apply to our colleges, and we still had to finish out our finals. Yet, it all seemed so trivial compared to what we had gone through. It's been years since that night, and our town has completely regrown and rebuilt. Thankfully, we haven't had another tornado rip through our town like that. Plenty of harsh storms and several tornado watches, but nothing like that night. I'll finish this out by mentioning that the only reason I thought about typing this story up is that my daughter is now in her senior year, and her prom is coming up. Even worse, the class actually decided on fairy tale ballroom as the theme. So that hit a bit close to home for me. Now, odds are, it'll be a night like any other and it will go off without issues. But part of me is still a bit paranoid that something could happen.